Set, 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 set. Tes. Halo, tes, satu, dua, tes, tes, tes. Cek. tes. Satu, dua.
Cek. Tes, tes. 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 Cek, 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 cek. cek, cek, cek. Sini aja kan. Cek satu dua.
Cek satu. tes les.
Audio Jungle.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellency, Rector Universitas Jember,
in Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember, distinguished speaker of the first International Student Conference,
invited guests, and all participants of the conference.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aminu Zamroni.
And I am Fitri Alifiani.
It is an honor and appreciation for us to be your master of ceremony this morning on Sunday, 26 September 2021, in our big event.
The first International Student Conference, optimizing the role of nursing and health student to enhance the mental health care and nursing development in Society 5.0.
In the era of globalization, nursing and healthcare are awake in a unique way. Although the important tenet of health remain unchanged, the evolution of nursing knowledge are far beyond than previously thought to be. The advancement of technology has enabled human to find more curative possibilities and delays in nursing process or medical therapy. Nevertheless, more work needs to
Be done due to new challenges in the industrial revolution and unstable economic climate.
A more comprehensive approach is needed in order to adapt and improve the healthcare system. Today, health is not only the absence of illness, but also the presence of illness, especially in the new normal era of COVID-19 outbreak.
To all participants, we ask to fill in registration form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next hour.
To the Honorable Dean and the Vices, we're welcome to take to the stage.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the first International Student Conference 2021.
Kembyang menor melek ring bebentor puputana gendeng lantor mak melik kembyang goyang ring kelunyan oyang ati gawe pikir sing karuyan.
Let's sing Indonesia anthem.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanahku padamu. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu di bumi. Indonesia uraiku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Let's sing hymns of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember.
Siapkan generasi perawat muda, bertakwa dan beragama, berlandaskan Pancasila, bersatu dalam fakultas biru. Di sini kita saling membangun, meningkatkan mutu. Berjayalah fakultasku, Fakultas Keperawatan Universitas Jember, Fakultas Keperawatan Lentera lulusan. Merengkalah indah jua, laksana puspa indah merona. Visi kami tak terlupakan, berpegang teguh tak tergoyahkan, mengabdi di jalan Tuhan, kampus biru keperawatan, Fakultas Keperawatan Universitas Jember, Fakultas Keperawatan Lentera lulusan. Merengkalah indah jua, laksana puspa indah merona. Laksana puspa indah merona, laksana puspa indah merona.
Let's sing March of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember.
Universitas Jember, kampus tercinta, tempatku di tempat menggapai cita penerus karya mulia, jadi perawat. Universitas Jember, jayalah, tetap semangat untuk perawatan. Majulah, siap menantang tuntutan demi asa. Kuatlah, kita melangkah secara bersama.
Let's sing Indonesian National Nurses Association March Song.
Persatuan Perawat Nasional Indonesia, wujud ikatan profesi perawatan, tempat membina dan mengembangkan kemampuan diri dalam membuktikan keberadaannya. Menapaklah dengan keyakinan lebih pasti, sejajar dalam abdikan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Wahai perawat Indonesia, bangkitlah dan majulah untuk bangsa yang cerita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk mengantarkan bangsa menuju sehat semua dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Maju perawat, majulah dalam kancah pembangunan, tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita, jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra profesi, menjunjung tinggi kode etik keperawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia, mencapai derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia. Sebagai bukti kiprahnya mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi PPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia.
Welcome to the Director of Universitas Jember on this first International Student Conference.
Report speech of the Chairman of the First International Student Conference Committee. To Mr. Vigo Agustilano Salim, the time is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. Greetings to the Honorable Rector of Jember University, the Honorable Head of Regional Representative of PPNI Jember, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember, the Honorable all speakers of this International Student Conference, the Honorable guests, the Honorable International Student Conference Committee has already worked hard from the first until today, and all of the participants of the committee. Thanks to the Allah Almighty, given by the bless and grace, so we can still be in good health conditions during this pandemic of COVID-19 and participate in this event. Salawat and greetings may still be dedicated to the great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say the theme of this event is optimizing the role of nursing and health students to enhance mental health care with agro-nursing development in Society 5.0. This is our first annual event for all medical, nursing, and healthcare students. Within the era of Society 5.0, nursing and healthcare providers are affected in many ways to stay innovative and actual. The timeline of nursing theories since Florence Nightingale, our founder of modern nursing, until right now are used to be our base of knowledge in nursing area. Advanced nursing technology and methods are needed to improve our role as a nurse and healthcare provider, not only as a caregiver, but as an agent of change to find more curative possibilities to improve our nursing process and medical treatments. Nowadays, health is an essential point of interest that matter not just only as a presence of wellness, especially conducted to pandemic of COVID-19. This event aims to redevelop healthcare quality amongst healthcare students as a platform to publish and disseminate knowledge, actual problems, research findings, and experiences. This event also focuses on multiple range of topics in nursing, medicine, surgery, science, health management, and alternative medicines. All of the topics will be answered and discussed on September 26, 2021 today with such fabulous speakers from 5 countries across the world. The first one is from Australia, Dr. Lois Renwick, and then Thailand, Dr. Pakvilai Srisai, and then Taiwan is Prof. Min Hui Chung, and then Indonesia, there is Nurse Erti Ikhtiarini, and then from United Kingdom is Dr. Landry Renwick, from Australia is Dr. Jill Murphy. Well, this conference is attended by medical, nursing, and healthcare students, only with total over than 1,000 participants, and also 11 participants for paper and oral presentations. Therefore, I would like to thank the Director of Jember University, Dean Faculty of Nursing, Indonesian National Nurses Association, or PPNI, and all of the committees who have worked hard to carry out this event until today. Well, as chief executive on behalf of the committee, we apologize if there are a lot of inconveniences during this event. The last but not least, I would like to say some meaningful words for all of you. Dreams are something that will coming from the future, but if we believe and put our full trust to keep trying and not to give up easily, then let God or universe do the rest of the unexpected achievement. Well, that's all from me. Thank you everyone and enjoy the event.
Audio Jungle.
Speech from Dean of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. To Mrs. Lantin Sulistiorini, Sarjana Keperawatan Magister Kesehatan, please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Jember, the Honorable All Speaker PPNI Jember and Guest, the Honorable Conference Committee, and dear all participants in the conference. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of the blessing, we all can to present her virtually Salawat may always be delegated to the great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. As Dean of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to first International Student Conference, Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember, with the themes optimizing the role of nursing and health students to exchange the health mental care with agro-nursing developed in Society 5. The first International Student Conference is a series event of agro-nursing science competition of Jember Nursing College, organized by students of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember. There are several competitions, including scientific paper, public poster, essay, oral presentation, and the International Student Conference will be the penalty event for this amazing series. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of COVID-19 pandemic impact manifold. Pandemic have adversely affected students of university in Indonesia and across the world. Their educational experience extremely changed from face-to-face learning in the class to remote learning, and students used to have immersive learning activity in the class and the laboratory, which enable them to exchange and share. Meanwhile, amid social restriction, online platform appear as the main element to interact. However, such restriction offer new avenue to address limitation as today's International Student Conference. As we know, students are among the most vulnerable population due to the strict adjustment of learning method, which push urgently regarding academic success, social life, and the future career. This improvement factor affects student physical and psychosocial effect. This situation brings us today to deliberate, exchange idea, and learn to best practice from various disciplinary and country to provide comprehensive approach in the new norms. Thus, it is timely that this conference will enable all for us, including students, to discuss escalating knowledge and to generate various strategy in response to the pandemic, particularly how to optimize the role of nursing and health students to enhance the mental health caring during pandemic. Today, conference has more thousand participants from more than university across Indonesia and overseas, and we invite remarkable speakers from the 5 countries, including Australia, UK, Indonesia, Taiwan, and Thailand. This event can help because the support and effort for all participants. Therefore, I would like to thank the Rector of the University of Jember, Indonesian National Nurse Association, PPNI, the student as committee who have worked tirelessly to carry out this conference. We apologize if there is any inconvenience during this event. I sincerely hope that this conference will expand our knowledge, the benefit all for us. I wish this conference great success. Amin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Speech from Rector Universitas Jember. A symbolic opening by Rector Universitas Jember. To Mr. Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering IPM, the time is yours.
Audio Jungle.
All right, thank you for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever you are. Distinguished participants and speakers, students, and my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy today to come here this morning to join my colleagues from the Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember, to welcome you all to our first International Student Conference. And I got surprising notice from the organizing committee that more than 1,000 registrants, and this is coming from Indonesia and overseas. It is a very good, I think. It's been a good sound for us. A big thanks and appreciation must go to, of course, to the organizing committee, including the chairman and members, and also the dean and vice dean of the Faculty of Nursing. I think they have done excellent and brilliant job for organizing this timely conference and bringing prominent speakers from several countries. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic situation, we must be doing this conference as it is. Mostly, we are doing this online via Zoom meeting platform, without meeting and directly talking each other in delighted room, as we did usually in the past. It means that we should keep obeying our government to apply the COVID-19 health protocol until we got herd immunity. So let's just pray for our continuous goodness and happiness. All right, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, today's conference brings us to a relevant issue during COVID-19 pandemic, which is optimizing the role of nursing and health students to enhance the mental health care with agro-nursing development initiative 5.0. I think this is a very good response to the warning regarding to the impact of COVID-19 that will trigger a significant increase in number of mental health issues. This condition should not be taken lightly. It does require immediate action or sudden action to mitigate that unforeseen condition. I wish us to widen continuously our knowledge and perspective about this important issue. In this conference, we are proudly bringing to you 5 distinguished experts from different countries to speak and shine a light about it. As mentioned by the dean, they are Professor Gillian Morphy from Western Sydney University, and then Dr. Laus Renwick from the University of Manchester, and from our university, there is Nurse Ikhtiarini Dewi, and then continue by Professor Min Hyu Chung from Taipei Medical University, and then from Thailand, actually from the Khon Kaen University, there will be speaker or expert Dr. Paklifai Srizain. I think no one doubt about them because they are esteemed specialists in issue we are talking about in this conference. Since we can prove it, there are numerous publications authored by them, so we could find in many reputable journals. Now it is clear then why the students are participated in this conference. The present International Student Conference will give us the opportunity not only to shine a light on this important issue, but also to underline the importance attached to the mental health awareness and health student perspective. As a student, I think will be the future leader in health sector, and therefore they will have or they will play an important role in managing upcoming and unforeseen global health problem. Thus, it is imperative to equip our future leader in health towards update information about mental health care from the experts, I think. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have already about more than a year and a half. Our physical health, our livelihood, our education activities have been turned upside down because of COVID-19 pandemic. But behind this, an unseen mental health issue is emerging in our society, and it might be a silent killer then. As indicated in our country, Indonesia, people across the country has undeniably displayed incredible resilience and fortitude faced with immense burdens, stress, and pressure. All this occur upon our institutions, our families, relationships, our everyday life across the country, and not only this, of course. In responding to that, we will learn together how to work through this unprecedented situation from example of best practices and initiative presented by our wonderful expert or speakers. Hopefully, those examples inspire and encourage concrete solutions in the future. COVID-19 is taking so much from us, but it is also giving us something special. The opportunity to come together as one humanity, to work together, to learn together, to grow together. Therefore, we are able to create a healthier and more resilient society. By the beginning, saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, on behalf of the University of Jember, I inaugurate this conference and I extend gratitude. And with that, in Iman, I wish you an inspiring conference. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Director Universitas Jember. Next agenda is pray.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa 'afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil 'ilm wa barakatan fil rizq wa tawbatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan 'inda al maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today, Sunday, September 26, 2021. In this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international student conference on nursing. The theme is optimizing the role of nursing and health students to enhance the mental health care with agro-nursing development in society 5.0. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will push dignity of our nation. O Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect to each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين آمين يا رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
To the Honorable Dean and the Vices on the stage, would kindly return to their seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, this was the opening of the first International Student Conference.
Next, we will read the rules and safety instructions of the first International Student Conference today.
Friends, participants can access the Zoom link that available on the Telegram group.
Participants must join 15 minutes before the event starts.
Before entering the webinar link, participants are expected to be able to prepare a Zoom account with the account name display format, room Zoom code underscore pre or part underscore institution underscore name. Note, pre for presenter, part for participant. Room Zoom code can be chosen according to the information in the table 2, which state in the guidelines. Allocation of oral presentation participants with maximum capacity about 300 participants each room. For example, 1 underscore P underscore UNED underscore Iqbal. 2 underscore Pat underscore Subandi Hospital underscore Vitalia.
All participants wear neat, polite, and colored clothes during the entire event, because the Zoom meeting is set in the form of a large meeting.
All participants are required to turn on the camera by clearly showing their face at least up to their shoulders during the entire event of the conference.
All participants are expected to use a virtual background that will be provided by the committee.
Participants must fill out the presence and evaluation link that will be given by the committee in the chat room Zoom. There are 2 present forms that must be filled out by all of participants through Google Form. The form must be filled at the first and the ending of the event, and participants have 1 hour to fill up the form.
Participants must attend all the webinar sessions.
The participants are prohibited to share the room Zoom meeting ID and password or Zoom link with others.
This certificate will be given to participants who have registered, uploaded their payment proof, and have filled out the presence.
Participants are required to deactivate the microphone when entering the virtual Zoom, unless requested to be activated by the committee.
During the plenary session, participants must deactivate their microphone.
Participants are expected to deactivate the video as long as the event is on set. Exceptions are being valid just in case of any special and urgent condition.
If you have questions in the Q&A session during the conference, you can fill in the Zoom chat room. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to attend the oral presentation. Our committee will divide the participants to 3 rooms. Please join the room and enjoy the time for 1 hour.
To all participants, please return to the Zoom conference room to participate the plenary session at 10:12 a.m. Next, we leave the time entirely to the moderators.
Tetep tak kira wes masuk gak soalnya.
Kalian udah selimutan. Selimutan. Kamu? Enggak. Tak suruh berdua sama kamu. Soalnya aku enggak punya lagi kan balik.
Lemah. restroom yang ada tugas restroom tak ada.
Ngamuk lah, Bu.
Mic-nya di depan.
Setelah we invite you on the stage, kita
Attention please. For all presenter of oral presenter, for oral presentation, please move to another meeting. The link will be given by the committee in the WhatsApp group. And for participants, please stay in the room to continue the plenary session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National Student Conference. The next agenda will be started. Our next agenda is plenary session.
First session will discuss about mental health consideration for individuals who have experienced the death of a parent during childhood by Dr. Gil Murphy from Western Sydney University, Australia. Then, early detection of depression and stress in health students by Dr. Pak Vilais Riseng from Khon Kaen University, Thailand.
Let me read moderator's curriculum today. Afifatul Mukaromah is a third-year student at Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember. She studied in SMA Negeri 1 Jember from 2014 to 2017, and now she is studying at Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember. Afifatul got awarded second winner Lomba Karya Tulis Ilmiah Tingkat Perguruan Tinggi in 2021 and have a lot of experience. Secretary NPC 2020, Event Division Scientific Week of Jember Nursing College 2019, Event Division Seminar Keperawatan 2019, Event Division Training Event Organization 2020, and Poster Competition Staff Scientific Week of Jember Nursing College 2020. And Afifatul have activities, awardee PPS Scholarship 2019, Owner Business and Inter-Faculty Higher Competition Delegation Harmoni Cinta Indonesia in 2019. So, to moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Please welcome Afifatul Mukaromah from University Jember.
Thank you to Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the next session of First International Student Conference. My name is Afifatul Mukaromah, and I'll be moderating this session after 10 to 12. In this first plenary, we shall have outstanding speakers who come from Australia and Thailand, which I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding to this theme of this conference. So if you have any question for the speaker, please add them in this chat Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. And before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. Number one, today's session is available for viewing on YouTube channel Fakultas Keperawatan Universitas Jember. Number two, each speaker today will have a total 30 minutes for their presentation. And today, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Gil Murphy from Western Sydney University. Next agenda, I will read the curriculum vitae of our first speaker, Dr. Gil Murphy. But before that, I want to say hello to our first speaker. Hello, Dr. Gil Murphy.
Hello.
Hello, Doctor. Good morning.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So good to have you today in this conference. Okay, back to Governor. Here is the curriculum Friday of our first speaker, Dr. Joe Murphy from Western Sydney University. Profile, lecturer with School of Nursing and Midwifery, Western Sydney University. Work in both UK and Australian clinical mental health service. Founder of Childhood Mental Health Ambassador Program. Experience in forensic, infection, community, and emergency mental health service, education, and research. And last, research program focused on mental illness, loss, and recovery. And next, expertise in mental health, bereavement, childhood mental death, suicide risk reduction, and recovery. And here is the qualification. PhD University of Western Sydney. Postgraduate Diploma in Education University of Liverpool. Master of Arts University of Sheffield. Bachelor of Arts University of Lancaster. And next, here is the publication in the last 5 years in 2020-21. Understanding Nurse Perspective of Physical Restraint during Mechanical Ventilation Intensive Care, a qualitative study. 2020, Emergency Department Nurse Narrative of Burnout, Blurring of Roles and Professional Identity. Okay, moving along to our session, Dr. Joe Murphy will be speaking to us on First International Student Conference. So we'll wait for a presentation entitled Mental Health Consideration for Individuals Who Have Experienced the Death of a Parent During Childhood. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Joe Murphy. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thanks very much for having me. I'll just share my screen if I can. Thank you. So I just wanted to talk to you about mental health considerations for individuals who have experienced the death of a parent during childhood. And this is something that's really important, particularly at the moment, but it always has been because of parents who have died while they've had young children up to the age of 18. But obviously we've seen a real increase of that because of our COVID pandemic across the world. So what I'd like to talk to you about is some of my clinical experiences in the mental health services and around childhood grief and some of the literature, but also introduce you to a research study that we've been doing at Western Sydney University around the longevity of some of the experiences of childhood parental death. And then to let you know about our Childhood Parental Death Ambassador program that we've had going at the university for 2 or 3 years now, but also looking to grow the program. So my background's always been in mental health. I'm a qualified mental health nurse from the UK and moved to Australia in 2007. And all of my experience has been with adults. And I really started to notice this trend of working in, when I was working in forensic mental health and then also in community mental health and accident emergency mental health and university mental health services, this sense of childhood trauma and the longevity of how it represents itself in adults as they go through their adult life. And so that was something that particularly concerned me about childhood trauma, but also around the number of people that we had presenting who had actually lost a parent in childhood, and what that meant for their sense of ongoing loss. So what I did was created the Childhood Parental Death Study, where we met with 18 adults who had lost a parent during their childhood, and really started to look at what that experience was like for them. And then from those findings, developed the Ambassador Program, which I'll also talk to you about. So the first thing that I always say when I start off talking about childhood grief and the death of a parent is that all grief we know is distressing, regardless of who the person is who's died. and the relationship that they've had. But very importantly, their needs may be very different, and the supports that we offer people may be different, and the systems of support and the systems that are built around those people may need to be quite distinct and quite different. And hopefully by the time I get to the end of my presentation, you'll be able to see just why that is. But also we know that the causes of parental death may be very different for children. So we know that, for instance, the death of a parent as a result of suicide brings lots of stigma for a child to understand and contend with, lots of social stigma. But also it may have different implications. For instance, they may not be able to see their parents or be with their parents at the time of death. And we know that, just look at the COVID situation across the world, and we've had people who can't be with their loved ones at the point of death and be with them in those last moments. So we know that all of this may change a child's journey of parental death. So it may well be, for instance, that a child, their parent is in palliative care with cancer, for instance, and they've had a long period where they've been with their parent who's been going through substantial treatment, but then who may end up going on to die. And that may change how a child is able to be with a parent at their death, or some of their death practices, which we know from our study will definitely influence the longer term and the longevity of distress for children into adulthood. So we know that supporting children can be incredibly challenging. If we just think about some of the consequences or some of the things that we need to consider for clinicians, such as which service supports children, what are the staff roles? If I give you an example, what would be a nurse's role in accident and emergency to support a child or the surviving parent when one of their patients has died in accident and emergency? But when to intervene and what point to intervene, but also how to communicate with children, and should they communicate with children, or should we leave that to a surviving parent and other family members? And then how to intervene safely. So by that, I mean emotionally safety. How do we maintain emotional safety for children when we may be talking about some very sensitive areas, such as the death of their parent? But also how to be culturally sensitive. And we know across the world, we're working with people who are from a whole range of different cultural backgrounds with different beliefs about death and dying, but also around different practices around death and dying. And so it's really important that we're respectful to all of those practices to make sure that we're inclusive of as many people as we can be. But also something that I talk a lot about during the Child Parental Death Ambassador Programme is how we're respectful to a person who may be dying or has died, and we maintain their legacy and their value to their family, how we support surviving parents and other family members in order for them to also support the children. Remembering that this is a time of grief for everybody, so there'll be lots of different parties involved, all grieving within their own space and time and way. But then also staff training and supervision, and then our own aftercare support for practitioners who are involved with caring for children and families can be incredibly difficult for us ourselves as well, can be emotionally challenging. So some of the statements that we know children will make, and that these are very difficult for family members, but also practitioners, nurses, doctors, social workers, OTs, to really be able to answer. And because some of them are based on a family's cultural understandings as well. So will my mummy die, for instance, if someone's in palliative care? Or even if someone has an illness that maybe have a stigma attached to it that it does cause death, then a child may be worrying about anticipated parental death, even though there may be good signs of treatment. Will mummy come back? An incredibly difficult question to answer. Did daddy love us, for instance? And that's often a question that we know children will ask if a parent has died as a result of suicide, because it's difficult for them to understand and to interpret why that may be. But you can see some of the other incredibly quite challenging questions, such as, can I go to dad's grave? Will you take me to see dad? I had a call just a few months ago from a lady who, the 12-year-old child had asked if she could go and see her mum and spend time with her mum after her mum had died. And that was very difficult for the lady who was supporting the family to be able to work out what was going to be best. Because obviously we have to consider some of those, possible injuries, and people look very different when they've died than when they've been living as well, and that may be quite distressing for children. But we know with adults and some of the complexities as well, when adults have had a parent who's died during childhood, we know that they may be self-medicating with different substances. They may be using alcohol, for instance, or some nature of illicit drugs, or they may be using medications in a way that aren't prescribed, in order to be able to find some way to manage their own sense of distress. And we really did find, when we did the study with parents, adults, when I met with them, I really talked to people who are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, as well as, from 30s and 40s. And actually, still people were quite distressed when they spoke about their parent, which really shows the longevity of their grief experiences. But what's concerning for us is this term diagnostic overshadowing. So when an adult may be diagnosed with anxiety or depression or psychosis or PTSD, but actually the fundamentals of their presentation may actually be childhood loss that's gone unrecognized, or that the person's found it very, very difficult to be able to explain. And then we know that people may be in hospitals, for instance, and may be given medications such as antidepressants or antipsychotic medication, which actually are making it increasingly difficult for a person to be able to express their sense of loss. And we know that actually people who have experienced the death of a parent during their childhood, it also increases their own risk of death as a result of their suicide also, which is deeply disturbing and concerning for us. So some of the literature around grief and loss, and we know that there has been a changing idea about grief and loss over the last decade, for sure, where we used to think of it within these different stages of loss and grief, whereas now it is a combination of different experiences that a person may have, and a different journey of grief that's different for each individual. So certainly we know that they'll experience sadness, anger, and a sense of regret. People may have denial that someone's died or how they've died. Literature talks about bargaining. So if I'd have done this, they may not have died. Or for children, they may have an understanding, if I do this, then she'll be alive again, because of their interpretations of death, and they may not understand what death actually means. And then the idea about acceptance, and we really question that turn of acceptance, because actually people had this distress over a long period of time, indeed for many, many years for some people. So I really question what we mean when we talk about acceptance in the space of grief and loss. But children and adolescents, those that had sudden parental death, such as an accident, for instance, had an increased risk of depression during their years of further years of being a child and adolescence. but also child to adulthood, it's thought to increase the risk of suicide themselves, which is something that I mentioned earlier. And you can see that that's an important finding because actually it's been found in several different studies and it seems to be consistent throughout the literature. But what we know into adulthood is people may have self-worth or esteem worries, concerns with trust and relationships, and ongoing isolation. And we definitely found that within our own study, that people had, even into adulthood, they had lots of concern about trust and relationships. I'll be able to explain why when we get to the findings of our study. But then also the difficulties with emotional expression. And again, when we found the findings of our study here at Western Sydney University, that actually seems to fit in the reasons why people had enormously difficulty expressing their own emotions. And then sudden child or parental death is thought to increase adult risk of both schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. But yet that's really interesting given what I said earlier about this diagnostic overshadowing and just how much that the diagnosis have played in as opposed to really seeing the sense of loss. So what we did at Western Sydney University was a narrative study, a qualitative study, where we met with participants who had experienced the death of their parent before they were 18, but also were a parent themselves now, because we were very interested to look at this parenting sense of what it was like for their own parenting. So we met with 18 participants, which I think produced over 500 pages of transcripts. So it did actually take us almost a whole year to analyze the data and to keep going back to the transcripts. And this was the males and females, because it's equal at 9 each, was actually coincidental. We didn't recruit to get an equal distribution. That was just coincidental for the number of people that were coming forward. But we were actually really pleased to get 9 males coming forward, because we know for narrative studies particularly, it's more difficult to capture male participants. And so we were quite excited to get 9 coming forward who were happy to give of their time as well. So some of the findings of our study were really interesting, and we found 4 main themes. And I think this is where you start to get a sense of this feeling of mistrust for others, and this sense of not being able to give of their emotional expression to others, and why it was really difficult for them to reach out. So what we saw was that as children, they were really unseen and unheard in the story of parental loss. And we know that because if you look at the COVID situation that we've got going on worldwide now, actually there's been very little discourse about children and their experiences of parental death. There's been lots of communications about the virus, lots of communications about the numbers of people who are impacted, lots of numbers about the number of deaths, but actually the experience of those people, the bereavement experiences, has really been missing from the narrative and the discourse. But actually, because children were unseen and unheard, actually, even the point of notification of parental death, they kind of knew that their parent had died by not being given the verbal terms and the verbal information, but rather watching a surviving parent's face or watching surviving parent's behavior, or watching the behavior of others. So people said, my aunties and uncles came around to the house and everybody was really, really sad. And I knew that my mum wasn't there, mum had gone. And this just gave them this sense that actually their mum had died. And they began to get that sense of over the course of time. But actually, although some of the children had been to their parents' funeral, few of them had actually been given any information about what to expect at the funeral, or about some of the practices at the funeral. And so actually what we found was that the children had, at their highest time of distress, they had the least amount of information, but also they were watching all of this high emotional expression from their other family members. And so really trying to get a sense of that was very difficult for them. They had their own distress, levels of confusion, and yet very limited support available to them. Now, I know that our study, we spoke with adults who had obviously experienced the death of a parent during their own childhood. But actually, the more that we talk to people and the more forums that we have around the needs of children when a parent dies, we actually discover that children are still largely unseen and unheard in the story of parental death. So, for instance, when I've spoken to police officers and I ask them, what are your processes of supporting surviving parents to notify children of the death of a parent? They don't have any. When I speak to accident and emergency nurses and I say, how do you document the parental status of a person who's died in the department? And they say, we don't have any. If a child is present with their parent, then obviously we know that they're a parent, but we don't do any background work to find out if the deceased person is a parent and then how we follow up for those children at home. So you really see a sense of children are unseen and unheard within their own families, largely, not always, but largely, but they're also unseen and unheard within this general, the services that we have. But it was not only that, but what we also found was that because of the lack of information given to children, children were just almost making up their own stories from their imagination. So even some people didn't find out about their parental cause of death until their surviving parent had died. And they found out that their other parent had actually died as a result of suicide because they found their death certificate. Which means that they're constantly learning new information, even into adulthood. They're finding out new information about their parent or their parent's death, and then having to reconceptualize what's been happening for them at that time. So you can start to get a sense of the real complexities for children and adults. But for children, they were living in this constantly changing world. So often what happened, and I can see why this happens, a surviving parent is distraught themselves, they have high levels of distress, they go towards their support networks, which may be families living in other towns or other villages or move cities. And which means the complexities for the children are magnified because children were leaving their school that they had familiarity with. They were leaving their support group of their peers. And they were leaving their favorite teachers, leaving the familiarity of their local community, like maybe they're in sporting clubs and leaving those clubs. So actually, although we talk about the death of a parent, what we're actually talking about is a sense of all of these multiple losses because they lose information about their parents' death. They lose information about their parents because nobody wants to talk. Nobody talks about them because they've got their own grief. They lose their own networks. And these are then, they're having to then readjust with all of these changes at the time when they have the highest level of distress with the minimalist of supports. So this was a real, you really get a sense of, when we talk about the death of a parent, we think about the death of a parent and how distressing that is, but actually the background to it for children is really magnified. But what we found was that actually these children, regardless of their age at the parental death, actually started on a new lifelong emotional journey. It was complex and very polarizing at times, because they'd find out some information about their parents, like their parent had died as a result of suicide. But yet, just a few months later or a year later, they'd find out their parent really enjoyed something like football, for instance. So they want information about their parents. They're desperate for information, not just about their parents' death and how that happened, but also around their parents' life and existence. And we had one particular man who travelled actually across the world from Australia to go and meet with an older lady who had known his dad, because he'd built up so much mistrust with all of these people involved in his life, because he felt he was just never getting the information he needed about his dad. And he felt that it was really coming in little bits and drabs. It wasn't coming as a whole story. And he travelled across the world to meet with an older lady who'd known his dad, to be able to sit down and to say, tell me what my dad was like. What did my dad enjoy doing? Who was my dad? What was his legacy? What kind of things would he be passionate about in his life? What do you think my dad would like about me? And that was something that was so strong throughout the study's findings, that people really wanted to know their parent. But yet it was so difficult for them to access this information. But we also noticed that actually this is where they really stopped seeking information. They may have asked for photographs from people and they got very little response. And so eventually they just stopped asking. Or they tried to talk about their emotions, was met with a silent wall because people didn't want to talk about the person who died. And then they just became passive within their own emotional state. So they really did just become passive travelers in their own lives, in their own existence. And we noticed that this need for information was really dominant around late teens, early 20s, when they're really questioning their own position in the world. And they really wanted more information then about their parent. But slowly, once they started to be able to talk to others about their experiences and about their parent, they found out more information about their parents' death, more information about their parents' existence and their passion. They really started to move forward, kind of nudging forward with their own grief. But what we say always is grief is shared, and recovery from grief is a shared experience. So when people start talking about the person who's died, start placing down those memories, actually that can be very, very helpful for a child and parent and adult later. But this raises a really important point about memory forming, because what we noticed with the children were they would get lots of information as they were growing and building. People started talking about the parent who died. It really became difficult for them to kind of decipher which memories were their own memories and which memories were from others. So something that we really would like to advise is that when we talk with children, we help them facilitate those memories of their parent as quickly as we can. And because it carries the emotion with it, and we want that positive emotion.
Doctor, sorry for the interruption. You have 5 minutes left for the presentation. Thank you.
5 minutes, thank you. So we also noticed some protective factors, and I've spoken a bit about finding out more about the parent, but really building a parental legacy was really, really important. And the time with surviving parent, and we know that this is incredibly difficult for surviving parents because they're often involved in if they're the official next of kin, They're often involved in lots of the official death practices, like arranging the funeral, the death certificate, all of those things. So anything that we can do to build some time for the parent and child to have together, that may be something like, for instance, going to choose a dress for the funeral, choosing flowers together. It may well be just sitting down and doing small things, very small chunks of time. But any time a child can have with their surviving parent is really reinforcing this sense of trust. And information about the parent's life and death is critical. We found in our study lots of people had real support from their peers and real support from their teachers. And I have to say, here in Australia, teachers tend to undervalue the support that they can offer to children, but actually they can be enormously supportive. And this sense of shared grief as well. So what I also just wanted to let you know about was our Child or Parental Death Ambassador Program, which we offer free of charge. And we've been doing it here in Australia, but this year, because of the COVID changes, we've taken it on board to start offering it over Zoom as well. So it will be available internationally as well. So what we do is look at 2 days where we think about more in depth about the experiences of children and adults from our study and from the literature. We look at the role of a child or parental death ambassador. And what we want is that ambassadors are going back into their workplaces to make action change for service developments, such as identification of all children when a parent dies, identifying the parental status of a person who's deceased, making pathways of care, pathways of support, and also some of the rewards and benefits and challenges of being child or parental death ambassadors within the workplace. So please, if anybody's interested in attending that, there's my email address, g.murphy@westernsydney.edu.au. Please drop me an email because I'm very happy to send you information and to secure a place for you on our next training session or the one after. All right, I'll just stop sharing there because that's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for having me, and I hope it starts to give you some thought about how you're supporting, how your services are supporting children when a parent dies and adults who have experienced child or parental death to get the best health outcomes for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. And please, Doctor, to stay in this Zoom because we have Q&A session at the end of second presentation. Once again, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And for all participants here, I would like to remind you, if you have any question for the speaker, please add them in this chat room so we'll be able to answer your question, some of them during the Q&A session. And now, we are going to another special guest today. Our second speaker is Dr. Pavlai from Konkan University. Next agenda, I will read the curriculum Friday of our second speaker, Dr. Pavlai Srisang. But before that, I want to say hello to our second speaker. Hello, Dr. Srisang. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for joining us today, Doctor. So good to have you today. For the operator, you can start screen sharing for the curriculum Friday.
Okay. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, can.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, you want me to begin now?
Before that, I want to read your curriculum Friday, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Okay, information for the operator. You can start to screen sharing the curriculum Friday.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to start my presentation now. But first of all, I would like to thank you to the Nursing Science Faculty, University of Jember, for inviting me to share this conference. My presentation is about the early detection of stress and depression in health students. The scope of my presentation will cover the definitions of stress and depression, signs and symptoms, prevalence, cause of stress and depression, especially in college students, and also some of the screening tools that we can use to screen for the student who may have higher risk for stress and depression. And also, lastly, I will cover what school can do to help in screening and prevention of stress and depression. Based on the American Psychological Association, there are 3 types of stress. The first one is the acute stress, which is the most common form of stress, the things that ruin your plans of your day, such as flat tire, a missed deadline. 5 symptoms of acute stress include emotional distress, which is worry, anger, anxiety, feeling blue, frustration. And the second symptom is physical symptom, including fatigue, headache, back pain, trembling, and jaw pain, because you bite your teeth very hard, and so you have jaw pain, maybe even without you noticing about that. And the third one would be the digestive problem, which is heartburn, acid stomach, diarrhea, and constipation. Sometimes when I have the student take their exam, some of students would ask to go to the toilet, which is very common because now I know that they have acute stress, that suddenly they have diarrhea. And the fourth symptom is the vital sign disturbance, which is rise in blood pressure, rapid heartbeat, sweaty palms, and also mental difficulties, which is confusion, inability to concentrate, mind racing, and blankness. I see that many of the participants here today are students, so maybe you experience some of these stress, the acute stress, and I have noticed that many students, when they face with stress, they become blankness. They're unable to speak or unable to answer to the teachers. So these are the things that both the teachers and the student will have to understand about the signs and symptoms of stress, and so the student can get a proper support from the teacher as well. And the second type of stress is episodic stress, which some people have a pattern of reacting as if everything is a big problem. And so these people are likely to have episodic stress. Symptoms of episodic stress, in addition to acute stress, are persistent tension or migraine headache, hypertension, asthma, chest pain, and heart disease. It's very important that we know how to control our stress or how to distract our stress, because studies have suggested that high levels of cortisol from long-term stress can increase blood cholesterol, triglycerides, blood sugar, and blood pressure. And these are common risk factors for heart disease. And also for asthma, the cortisol hormone or the stress hormone can also trigger the asthma as well. And so people who have high level of stress, they will have high level of cortisol, which will affect their health status as well. The third type of stress is chronic stress. It is the grinding stress that wears people away days after days, years after year. And chronic stress destroys bodies, minds, and life. Symptoms of chronic stress are loss of appetite or overeating. Some people may cope with not eating, and some people will cope with constantly eating all the time. And also they will have diminished coping ability and feelings of insecurity and inadequacy. They will feel depression, weakened immune system, hypertension, chronic fatigue, heart disease, migraine headache, chronic pain in joints, back, jaw, or shoulders, persistent anxiety, constant irritability, and extreme or chronic anger and low performance level, which is very, very dangerous, very difficult for them to have a happy life. And some you may see some of the people who have chronic stress might have everything. Sometimes they are the people who work at the high level, high position. They have money and they have everything, but they just have chronic states that destroy their health. And finally, we can read from newspapers or internet that many people, they quit their job and find something else to do because they just cannot bear with the chronic states that they have, because it's destroy their bodies, their mind, and their life as well. And for depression, these are some of the symptoms of clinical depression that if you have it and you have it often, maybe you should seek some of the medical assistance, or you should see the providers, which include changes in normal sleeping patterns, random outbursts of tears or anger, frequent thoughts of death or suicide, intense feelings of despair and sadness, and loss of interest in enjoyable activities, extreme tiredness or lack of energy, appetite increase or decrease, and trouble focusing or concentration. And when you go see the doctor, then most of the time.
Boten. Coklat. Wonten ijone mangke pun memandang kula napa pone. Lah nggih.
Okay. Can I continue? Okay. All right. So when you have some of these symptoms, the clinical signs and symptoms of depression, you may want to seek help from the medical providers. And when you go there, they will have these. They will have the criteria that they will screen. Even they will screen if you have the major depressive disorder, or even you have the persistent depressive disorder. These are the criteria from the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorder, or DSM. Now is the 5th edition. So the major depressive disorder, you have to have 5 or more of the 9 symptoms, including at least one of depressed mood or loss of interest or pleasure in the same 2-week period. And each of these symptoms represent a change from previous functioning. So these are the symptoms that you have to have at least 5 so to be able to be diagnosed as major depressive disorder. And some of the people, they have persistent depressive disorder. In children, we have to monitor. In children and adolescents, we have to monitor up until 1 year or longer. They will have depressed mood for most of the day, for more days than not, for 2 years or longer, and presence of 2 or more of the following during the same period, such as poor appetite or overeating, insomnia or hypersomnia, low energy or fatigue, low self-esteem and impaired concentration, or indecisiveness or unable to make any decision, or hopelessness, and never without symptoms for more than 2 months. Like sometimes even if you get better and then these symptoms always come back. So if you without symptoms for more than 2 months, you would fit the criteria for the major depressive disorder or persistent depressive disorder. That definitely you will need to seek help from the medical providers. For the prevalence of stress and depression in recent years, the growing competitive nature of higher education has led to an exacerbation of common academic stresses among university students, some of whom end up suffering from mental health illness. Worldwide, it is estimated that about 12 to 50% of the college students present at least one diagnostic criteria for one or more mental disorder. And based on literature, undergraduate students in the medical or health science streams were more likely to be affected with psychological distress such as anxiety, depression, and feeling suicidal, because it is well known that healthcare education has very high complexity and uniqueness, whereby students need to achieve academic excellence, clinical competencies, and good interpersonal skills. So among the health science students, they have high level of stress and depression, and generally the prevalence is more than 30%, but in some of the country or in some of the curriculum, maybe even more than 30%. For the cause of stress and depression among college students, because the college life is very stressful, because they're facing with academic pressure stemming from factors such as exams and workload, lack of leisure time, competition, concerns about not meeting parents' expectation. Many of the students reported that they're not the one who choose the program of their study. Maybe they become a nursing student, medical students, or any other health students because that's their parent expectation, and that will somehow make them frustrated about their life, about their study, because all of us know that the health students work very hard in their studying. And also during this college life, it's also include the establishing new personal relationships and moving to a strange location, biological factors such as age and gender, specifically being female or male, and financial burden. For being male or females are different in each country. For example, in China, they have the study that the female students tend to have more anxiety and stress level, while the male students tend to have more depression. So it's very important that in each of the country, because of the different social norms and different social expectation, it's very important that we have studies about the psychological well-being impacts on being male or female students as well. So what happened when the students have to face with COVID-19, which totally changed their the way that they study? Now they cannot study on site, and it has to be online almost all the time, or in some cases a hybrid education. So during this COVID, a survey by Boston University researcher of nearly 33 college students across the country reveals that the prevalence of depression and anxiety in young people continues to increase, now reaching its highest level aside of the mounting stress factor due to the coronavirus pandemic, political unrest, and systematic racism and inequality. Half of the students in the fall semester, or about last year screened positive for depression and anxiety. So the number is even higher during this COVID-19 pandemic. And the survey further reveals that 83% of the students said their mental health has negatively impacted their academic performance within the past month, and that 2/3 of college students are struggling with loneliness and feeling isolated. So the relationship between the depression and the academic performance is actually reciprocal, because sometimes you have depression and that impacts on your academic performance, and sometimes because you have poor academic performance and it leads to stress and depression. So it's better that the school and the teachers notice about these factors so they can help prevent some of the stress and depression that would impact on the student life. The other facts about stress and depression, that the JADE Foundation conducted an online survey with nearly 200 college and graduate students from across the country about their emotional readiness for the fall semester last year, which is during the COVID pandemic. And the study found that majority of the students reported that they have anxiety. 82% have anxiety, and 68% have social isolation or feeling loneliness, and 63% feel that they are depressed, and that 62% stated that they have trouble in concentration, and 60% said that they feel that they don't have enough ability to cope with stress. And also, this is very, very important fact. 18% feel that they say that they have suicidal thoughts, which is similar to any other student. That you can see that in other study, 13% of the students thought of suicide, and 73% purposely injure themselves. So this tend to be the increasing number that all the teachers and all of the schools, we have to pay attention and help the student to set up a system to help them to better cope with stress and depression, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And for the screening tools that we use to screen for stress, basically we will need to use the screening tool that self-administers tool. you can use perceived stress scale, which is a classic tool that you can use, or you can use any other scale that your country approved for. For example, in Thailand, we don't use perceived stress scale. We use the scale that the mental hospital in Bangkok developed this scale, and it has only 5 questions. For perceived stress scale, they have like 10 questions that the student can answer. Which is in the last month, how often have you been upset because of something that happened unexpectedly, and any other questions, like totally they have 10 questions. So the tool that you choose to use must be quick, like it has 10 questions or need only 5 or 5 minutes to complete. Otherwise, the student may think that it takes too much time and they don't want to participate in screening. And so whatever tool that you use, it has to be a tool that has the number of the question is not too long, doesn't take too much time to fill in the questionnaire. And also it will need to have this number that they can figure out by themselves that if they have the high level of stress, if they are within the low stress, moderate state, or the high perceived state, that they should seek help from the provider. For the screening tool for depression, I try to review the literature that use the tool that use in Thailand, in Indonesia, or in Malaysia, or in any other countries. Most of the school uses a patient health questionnaire, only 9 items, so it's very easy to use, and so it has clear score for the student to interpret their levels of depression. The first one is it's asked about over the last 2 weeks, how often have you been bothered by any of the following problems? The first one is little interest or pressure in doing things. Second one is feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. The third one is trouble falling or staying asleep or sleeping too much, like insomnia or hypersomnia. Feeling tired or having little energy, like they don't want to get up, they don't want to wake up in the morning. Like people, when they have stress or they have high level of depression, they don't even want to get out of bed because that's very difficult for them because they having little energy even to get out of the bed and go to do their daily activities. And they also have poor appetite or overeating. They're feeling bad about yourself, or that you are a failure or have let yourself or your family down. Trouble concentration on things such as reading the newspaper or watching television. Moving or speaking so slowly that other people could have noticed, or the opposite, being so fidgety or restless that you have been moving around a lot more than usual. Or like bipolar disorder, sometimes you feel so down and sometimes you're just full of energy, but in an appropriate way, like you cannot sit still or you cannot concentrate on anything. And the last one would thoughts that you would be better off dead or of hurting yourself in some way. And also, and if you check any of the problem, how difficult have this problem made it for you to do your work, take care of things at home, or get along with other people. So this is the easiest form to be used as a screening tool. And so if they have high score level, they would just find other support from the school or seek help at the providers. Go to the hospital or to go to the student counseling center. So what school can do during this time that even before COVID, the number of the students who have suffered from stress or depression among the health students is really high, more than 30%. But right now, with the COVID pandemic, the number is even more. So most mental health problems appear by early adulthood, yet young adults rarely get any support for their mental health because it's just something that I don't know in Indonesia, but in Thailand, when people are having this mental problem or they feel like they are sick, they don't want to meet with people, or they feel like it's some sort of shame upon them as well. Like some people don't want to go to see the doctor and tell the doctor that they have these psychological problems, they have mental problems, because they fear that people would think about them or look at them differently. And so it's difficult for these adolescent or young adults to go seek help at the hospital. And so one of the things that the school can help is to establish help and support system at school. And school administrators should focus on providing students with mental health services that emphasize on prevention, coping, and resilience, including screening tools for our students. It's very important now that the school have the screening tool for students. At our school, we also include the screening tools in the student manual. And also we make it in hard copy and we make it in the ebook so that the student can access to the tools at all time. And also they can share these tools, they can share the student manual guideline with their parents, so their parents can also help monitoring about their psychological well-being, especially the first and the second years of school proved to be the most difficult time of their life. They have screening tools for our students, and they also need to have screening criteria to provide additional support and close monitoring for students with higher risk, such as a student with low academic performances and a student who faces stressful life events. During this pandemic, many students lost their parents or their loved one, and so we have to have even additional support or close monitoring for the students who have lost their loved one, because it will definitely affect on their life and also their performance, their academic performance as well. Also, we have to establish the outreach system, support system. Before COVID, many of the school will just, provide the information to the student that if you feel sad, if you have this problem, if you have high level of stress or depression, you should call this number and things like that. But now it has to be proactive. It has to be outreach support system. We have to present more often. We have to talk to them more often, that we have the support system and we have the peer support. They can talk to their friends, they can talk to their teachers, their advisors, and so many people that they can talk to. And at our school, we had the NUCare team that we have young staff, young teachers, the people who the student would feel close to, easy to talk to, and that we established the NUCare team, and that these teachers are listed at the help, at the supporter for the student. And so if the student have problem, they don't have to call their advisor, they don't have to call their academic advisor or their clinical supervisor. They can just call the teacher who listed at the NUCare team if they feel more comfortable. And also the school, we have to networking with psychiatrists for referral, because sometimes the problem is too much. It's not about counseling. They will need to seek some medication or some treatment from the doctor. And so networking with the hospital is very important. And we also have to communicate with the parents. We don't have to wait until their problems is escalating or too much to handle. We should communicate with the parents. But then before we communicate with the parents, we have to talk with the student and then ask the student that about our plan to communicate with the parents as well. In my experience, some of the time I feel like the student, for some students, they feel really like they don't want to go on with their study because this is not what they want to do in their life. They feel like being a nursing student is too much for them to handle, and they have trouble that escalating and that they have to be admitted to the hospital. And sometimes even the doctor said that, they have talents in other field of study. They want to study in fine art or they want to study in business. And the problem is their parents have high expectation about their studying, and they just sort of force them to stay in the program. And so it's very difficult for the student to communicate with their own parents. And so the school will need to intervene or to help with the communication with the parents as well.
Doctor?
Yes?
I'm sorry for the interruption. You have 5 minutes left for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the school can also increase the physical activities such as sport, game, online activities, because it has proven that students who have activities, they can distract their mind from stress or depression as well. And these are the list of the self-care activities that the student tend to enjoy, such as spending time doing a hobby or physical activities, or some activity that can spending time outdoors, things like that. This just an example of the student manual that I already discussed about the manual, about the screening tool, and also the NU care team that we established. Most importantly, all information that we discuss, that we communicate with the student, we have to keep confidentially, unless for the health and well-being of the student. Otherwise, we will lose their trust, and then things will get even worse. And this is the example of from the Faculty of Medicine at Khon Kaen University, that they have set up the room for the student to have the private counseling with their professor. But the criteria for course monitoring will include the poor academic performance, because if we cannot keep course monitoring with all students, so we have to set up the criteria that we monitor our students. We look from their database that if they have poor academic performance, like they have F more than 3 courses, then it's time for us to, start to provide additional support for these students. And also we have to work closely with the Office of Academic Affairs to develop the private student plan for these students who have high level of stress and depression, because they cannot register as many as courses as their friends. So they have to have specific individual plan for their studying as well. Okay, the other thing that the school can do is to work with the teachers. That school assignment, we need to be close monitoring. Like teachers tend to use flipped classroom, and they have a lot of assignments for the students. So we have to make sure that all of the class assignment are monitored each semester. And faculty needs to be flexible with grades and deadline, in effort to ease the burden of students during this time as well. And pedagogy needs to shift from teaching to facilitating, from content-based to competency-based. Try not to test their memory, because they study 7 or 8 courses each semester. It's not fair for them to remember everything. And also instructor must bear in mind that the burden of mental health is not the same across all students demographics. Students with low income parents are more likely to be facing with financial stress. And also we should always promote interpersonal relationship between the teacher and the students, especially to increase the skills of deep listening and positive communication. And we should always encourage the student to speak up or to talk. I have just read from the newspaper that during this time, when we have the online course, the student even feel difficult. They feel that it's very difficult for them to turn on the microphone and ask the question during the online classroom. So sometimes it's very difficult for them to communicate. So we have to find a way to encourage them. And also we need clear protocol to help students in terms of emergency. I just heard from the dean of the other faculty that that student jumped off the building and finally she died. But when she went up to the top of the building, it's just like many people see that she's about to jump off the building, but they just did not know. They did not know what to say to the student. They're afraid. They fear that if they say something wrong, the student might just jump off the building all of the sudden. They just keep quiet, cannot do anything, which is not good. So we have to have the clear protocol to help the student in terms of in this emergency situation as well. So we can call for help. We can talk calmly to the person taking helpful physical action or dealing with the aftermath of the situation. So call for the expert, but they need to know what is the hotline of the expert that we can call that would come to the scene immediately for help. Okay, that would wrap up my presentation, and thank you for your attention. You didn't turn your microphone on. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for insightful, interesting talk. And Doctor, I apologize because lately we are not able to share screen your curriculum Friday. So now before the Q&A session, maybe I will read the curriculum Friday of our second speaker today. Dr. Pavlais Risang, PhD RN CNN, Dean Faculty of Nursing, Konkan University, Assistant Professor of the Advanced Midwifery Program for Nursing, Konkan University, and Professional License, Registered Nurse and First Class Midwife, Thailand Nursing Council, Registered Nurse State of California Board of Nursing, USA. And here is the education. In 1988 until 1992, BMS, second class honor, Faculty of Nursing, Konkan University, Konkan, Thailand, and 1996 until 1997, MSN, Family Nurse Practitioner, Francis Pendleton School of Nursing, Case Western Reserve, University of Cleveland, Ohio, USA, 1998 until 2003, PhD, Nursing, Francis Pendleton School of Nursing, Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. And here is research interest, reproductive health, adolescent reproductive health, adolescent mothers, postpartum depression. Next. Here is for scholarship, recognition, and awards, like lecture exchange and MS PhD. Next. Here is national conference program. I will read one of them. Scientific chair, title of article, the 6th Asian International Conference on Humanized Healthcare, Humanized Healthcare in Change of the Transforming World, Hong Kong, Thailand. Next. And here is publication international journals, 2020. Looking to 2013, strengthening for education through regional partnership, and many others as you can see on the screen. Next. Here is publication of national journals in the last 5 years. In 2018, the relationship of selected factor and postpartum depression among postpartum mothers in hospitalized preterm infants, and many others as you can see on the screen. Once again, I feel sorry, Doctor, and thank you for your presentation.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And next agenda, very well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to Q&A session. We will have 30 minutes for this Q&A session. There will be 2 questions for each speaker. So if you have any question for the speaker, please add them in this chat room so we'll be able to answer your question. Okay, there is already a question in this chat Zoom, so I will choose for question. Question number 1 is from Aileen Masfufa to Dr. Pavlais Risang. The question is, if stress makes us forgetful, think for a long time or slow, and it's hard to concentrate, if it's low, what will be the future impact? So Dr. Risang, you can answer your question. Thank you.
I cannot hear you very well because your microphone is echoing. So can someone type the question in the chat so I can read from it? Because the microphone is not clear.
Okay, Doctor. Information for the operator. Information for the operator. Please type the question from Aileen Masfufa to Dr. Pavlais Risang.
you can say it one more time and slowly, please.
Okay, Doctor. Okay, Doctor. Question number 1. If stress makes us forgetful, think for a long time or slow, and it's hard to concentrate, if it's low, what will be the future impact?
What will be the future
Impact
about what? About
if stress makes us forgetful, think for a long time, or it's hard to concentrate.
it's hard to concentrate.
Yes.
Okay, so they ask for the advice or something?
Yes, advice. Like advice for.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. It's very difficult to concentrate on online studying, right? For most of you, right? So it has to be the work between the teacher and the student, and also the policy level as well. It's also the problem at our faculty here that the teachers, like they keep talking, they just keep teaching, and they take too much time. Dealing this class, it's actually the 1 hour classroom. 60 minutes, they should not teach for 60 minutes. The maximum would be 50 minutes. So the student will have some time to rest, some time to refresh. And also the content that they teach must have to be something that is difficult, something that is worth the time, worth the student time. We don't tend to teach all of the content and expect the student to remember everything. We just teach the content that is difficult to understand, and that's why we need the teacher to explain to them, and also to include more stuff, more interesting stuff like gamification and case-based study. Like we use game and we use online technique. We use interesting learning materials to teach our student. This is like it's a long process. It's not going to happen within 1 month or 1 year. So it's a process that the teacher also need to learn, and try not to put a lot of pressure on the student. And also when I say that pedagogy will have to change, like before this time, we tend to focus on the content, and 80% of the grade of their scores come from the exam, right? That they have to remember a lot of stuff to the exam. And now we just change the proportion of the score, like up to 50% can be the scores that they participate in the classroom activity. So it gives students less stress when they study. They don't have to memorize a lot of things, and we tend to focus on, this is the important issues, important thing that you have to remember. So tell them directly, something that you have to remember, just remember it. And this is like after they remember stuff, important stuff, and then we just move to the questions, the case-based question, help them analyze during the classroom, and try not to give them homeworks because it's just torturing them. They study 7 or 8 subjects each semester, and each subject will give them assignments, right? So when they go back from school to work, to home, to dormitory, just work. Like the deadline is midnight. So they stay up until midnight. That's not life. No wonder why they become depressed or stressed. And so we have to work with the teacher as well. How we communicate with the teacher is very difficult, but we still need to communicate with them very often. And it's very important that we listen to the student evaluation. And so it is your role as well as the student that you can evaluate how you like your classroom to be. Very important. Even I'm the dean at the school. When I speak to my teacher, they just feel like, what do you know? But when you speak to them, when you evaluate them, they listen to you, because you are the most important, aspect of teacher, and you were the most. You cannot hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe your microphone is mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Do I have to repeat anything, or you okay?
It's okay, Doctor.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation, Doctor. And thank you for Aimin Masfufa for your question. Okay, next, we have another question. Question number 2 is from Siska Amalia to Dr. Jill Murphy. The question is, based on the PowerPoint, what if this child is alone with no one to support them in their life? Dr. Jill, maybe you can answer your question. Thank you. I'm sorry, doctor. Can you hear my voice?
Thank you. Thank you. I was trying to unmute myself. I've just done that now. Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Okay, doctor. The question is, based on the PowerPoint, what if this child is alone with no one to support them in their life? Thank you.
So I got some of the question there. What is the, if a child is alone, what is the?
If the child is alone with no one to support them in their life, what could we do?
Okay, so if the child is alone with no other supports in their life, what can we do? Yep, okay. Yep, so it would be about looking for the different services that are involved for the child to be able to make sure that they have some contact and to be able to really help with the child to facilitate their memories. And we can do that in different ways, not just by talking with them, but having a child who we can play and we can record their play about their parent who's died. But we can also ask young children to draw pictures and we can help them to collect those pictures for when they're older, so that they're almost collecting a book of their memories about their parents. That's really, really important. But also looking for extended family members and really helping family members to understand also the importance of keeping the person who's died, their parent, present within their life. So talking about the routines that their parent will have had and really making sure that the child understands who their parent was and what their life was like and the kind of daily existence that their parent had. But also lots of the charity organisations, if you have a look around in your local areas, there will also be charity organisations that will look to support children directly. But it's really around talking to people before death as well, if possible, so that parents themselves, before they die, if they know that they're possibly going to die, or in advance, we should all be doing it if we're a parent, is really working to build our legacies and what we want our own legacies to be for our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your explanation. And thank you to Siska Amalia for your question. Okay, next. Question number 3 is from Lutfian to Dr. Jill Murphy. The question is, what is the appropriate and specific intervention that we can be implemented to the toddler who suffer from loss of his mother? Because I had a neighbor and he just cried a long day. Hardly can we control their tantrum due to the missing of his mom. Is there any communication strategy to use for this case? Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a really great question. I think for toddlers, it's about building their familiarity. So about making sure that they can have a similar situation or routine. So if they can be in their normal home where they lived with their parent, if that's possible, but also being able to have their parents' clothing so they can recognize their parents' clothing. And the smell from our own clothing is really important because we recognize people using our 5 senses. And one of them is sight, so looking at the colors and the clothes. And that can give a sense of comfort and familiarity, but also the smell of the clothing if they haven't been washed. So we often say if somebody's had a parent who's died, then keep their clothes unwashed for as long as you possibly can. Lots of people start washing things very quickly, but for young children, that's really critical because they can smell and associate with their parent. But it's around finding other people who may be in the child's life that they may have a trusting relationship with, and trying to build them into the child's routine as much as possible so that they can really, have a sense of comfort from that person. But it may also be about using a child's toy. Often we have toys at home that we play with our own children throughout the day, and we do that kind of very unconsciously. But a child may recognize a toy that's associated with their parent, with the mother who's died, for instance. And so that can be very helpful to look at those regular toys and how they can have access to those as well. Perhaps a toddler would be a bit young, but maybe as a child gets older, to make sure that they have access to photographs as well and to videos. So even if there's a video of his mum, even playing that in the background, he can hear his mother's voice. And so that's a sense of familiarity and belonging as well to help him go through this transition. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your explanation, and thank you for Lutfian for your question. And last question. Question number 4 is from Rizka D. Ayu Safitri to Dr. Pavarais Risang. The question is, if parameter of stress can be measured with questionnaire, does it mean that we can self-diagnose what kind of stress is? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very, very good question. Very challenging. I think that at some level, for some people, they know that they have stress, but some people they are in denial. But at least if you have the questionnaire to screen for, that this is the type of the stress. If it come and goes, acute stress because today you have to present, today you have to take the exam, and then the next day you're just fine, then you don't have to seek any treatment, any help. But if it's like periodic stress, or if it's like chronic stress, something that you feel like it affects on your life, on your mind, on your bodies, and you just, like first thing that you think about when you wake up, something that you go to bed with, is just think about it all the time. So it's a stress that even if you can diagnose from the screening, if especially if you help students, then I'm sure that at some level you can self-diagnose that. But it's very important that you know when to seek help. Sometimes you just read from the how-to, many how-to's book, how to concentrate, how to meditate, how to keep your minds off difficult things and things like that. But sometimes you will need to seek help from the medical staff for medication or some continuous counseling or supporting, to help you at the beginning. And so when you can adjust yourself, when you can adjust how you react to things, then you may adjust, like stop with the medication and just move on with your new lifestyle, the improve you, the better you. Doesn't mean that better performance, but better how you react to the events, better how you react to the situation. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the explanation, and thank you for Rizka D. Ayu Safitri for your question. Anyways, I think all questions is already answered. Thank you to audience of your question. And finally, we come to the end of first plenary. We would like to say thank you again for all speakers today for their informative and interesting talk. And of course, for our audience today for their active participation. Hopefully this presentation will be beneficial for everyone. Thank you for your attention. As moderator, I apologize for every mistake I did during this conference. Have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thank you to the moderators. Please back to your seat.
The first session of the first International Student Conference is finished.
The next agenda is break and pray for 50 minutes. To all participants, please return to the Zoom conference room at 13:10 p.m. Thank you and enjoy the break time.
Traveling of places I ain't seen 180s, but I hope you come back to me. Moments running wild with you far away. I still think of you 100 times a day. I still think of you too. If only you knew. When I'm feeling up better, I know what I pull through. I look over your photograph and I think how much I miss you. I miss you. Wish I knew hours. I don't have a clue. I just need to walk out some way of getting me to you. 'Cause I will never find love like I saw you in a million years. In a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side, traveling of places I ain't seen you in 80s, but I hope you come back to me. Moments running wild, if you're far away, I still think of you 100 times a day. I still think of you too. If only you know. I just need to walk out some way of getting me to you. 'Cause I will never find love like I saw you in a million years. In a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side, back to your side. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright, alright. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright. Alright. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, even that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be on the way. On the first flight back to your side.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's wordy.
pejuang keseruan. Gak pernah ragu, bikin harimu makin berwarna, makin seru. Nikmati keseruan, hilangin suntuk.
adalah salah satu jalan masuk kuman ke dalam tubuh. Jaga kesehatan mulut dengan Listerine. Kulmin untuk rasa lebih kuat dan Zero untuk rasa lebih ringan. Gunakan Listerine 2 kali.
Kapan?
Kawanku nih itu tidak selalu Mas Hari.
Oh, kita budal. Ngecek iki lho ngecek Zoom-e. Wis mulai apa gurung?
Ki anduke.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first International Student Conference. The next agenda will be started.
Second session will discuss about implication of COVID-19 pandemic for health, for mental health and sleep quality by Professor Min Hui Chung, registered nurse, PhD from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan.
Then, the important role of nurse to improvement quality of life for clients with PTSD in acute nursing setting by Nurse RT Ihtiarani Dewi, Magister Keperawatan Spesialis Keperawatan Jiwa from Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Then, early intervention in psychosis, delivering phase-specific intensive treatment in the community by Dr. Lawis Renwick from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Let me read moderator's curriculum vitae.
Hello?
Excuse me, Prof.
Okay, so can you hear my voice?
I want to read moderator curriculum vitae first. Could you stop the share screen, please? Okay, first I want to introduce our moderator in this afternoon. Ayunda Putri Rizanti is the third-year student at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. Ayunda studied in the SMA Muhammadiyah II Al-Mujahidin Balikpapan in 2015 to 2018, and now at the Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember from 2018 till now. The latest publication of Ayunda is Yoga Ocular Exercise to Maintain Eye Health During Work and Distance Learning in the New Normal Era in the year of 2021. Ayunda has received many awards and achievements. The last three of them is Most Outstanding Student of the Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember 2021, Presenter at International Conference of Health Science and Technology, Universitas Duta Bangsa, Surakarta 2021, Presenter at the third Technological Competency as Caring in the Health Science, Our Lady of Fatima University, Philippines. She also active in various organizations, including Vice President of Jurnal Berkala Ilmiah Mahasiswa Ilmu Keperawatan Indonesia, BIMIKI 2021, Vice President of Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember 2021, Staf Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan dan Keprofesian Ikatan Lembaga Mahasiswa Keperawatan Indonesia ILMIKI 2019 until 2021. Please welcome Ayunda Putri Rizanti. The time is yours.
So thank you for the MC. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the next session of the first International Student Conference. My name is Ayunda Putri Rizanti, and I will be moderating the second and third plenary until 3:30. In the second plenary, we shall have outstanding speakers from UK, Taiwan, and of course, Indonesia, which I believe shall enrich our knowledge and insight regarding the theme of this conference. So, before we begin, I have a few notes for today. So, today's session is being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference, and then each presenters will have 13 minutes for their presentation. However, we will hold most questions in the end of the sessions, and I will then read the question for the speakers to answer as time permits. So if you have any question for the speakers during the presentation, please use the chat features in the Zoom meeting using the format determined by the committee. So we will go into the main agenda for today. The next agenda is presentation for the third speakers. So our third speaker is Professor Min Hui Chung, registered nurse PhD from Taipei Medical University. Good afternoon, Professor Min. Thanks for being here this afternoon. So for the first, I will read the curriculum vitae of Professor Min. So Professor Min is the Vice Dean Professor at School of Nursing, College of Nursing. And the second is Adjunct Supervisor, Department of Nursing at Sangho Hospital. And then the next, for the research focus of Professor Min in Psychiatry and Mental Health, Sleep, Circadian Rhythm, and Evidence-Based Nursing. And then for the educational background, in 1996, took the Master Public Health at Tsuchi University. And then for 2003 until 2007, took the PhD Nursing at National Defense Medical Center. And then next. For the reward and achievement, Professor Min got the 6th Nursing Excellence Award Special Contribution Award in 2018, Research Achievement Award Psychiatric Mental Health Nurses Association Republic of China in 2018, Outstanding Nursing Award, 25 Years Service of Nursing, and Merit Award in Teaching Graduate Institute of Nursing. And the next. Related to the publication and research, Professor Min has a lot of outstanding writings and research that is useful in the world of health science. So here is some of which are publication of Prof. Min. In 2021, Professor Min wrote those response effect of light therapy on sleepiness and circadian passive in shift worker and meta-analysis and moderator analysis. And then design and evaluation of knowledge-based clinical decision support system for the psychiatric nursing process. And there are many interesting articles from Professor Min, which can be read on Professor Min's profile. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. She will deliver a presentation entitled The Implication of COVID-19 Pandemic for Mental Health and Sleep Quality. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Min Hui Chung. The time is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. My voice is good. Okay, so could you see my screen?
Yes, Prof. Min.
Thank you very much. So today's topic is about the implication of the COVID-19 pandemic for mental health and the sleep quality. So we focus on the mental health. I'm Min Hui Chung from the Taipei Medical University. Our outline is the first one. One is the emotional epidemic curve. So I think this is a very special topic about the emotional epidemic curve. And the mental health preparation preparedness and action framework, and the resilience of Taiwan's health systems. Implication of the COVID-19 on mental health. So as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting economic recession have negatively affected many people's mental health and created new barriers for people already suffering from the mental illness. So the impact of the COVID-19 on mental health might have the feelings of stress, increased anxiety and uncertainty, feelings of loneliness or sadness, feelings of the helplessness and the frustration, changes in sleeping patterns, changes in substance use, suicidal thoughts, information burnout, exacerbation of the existing mental health concerns. The biopsychosocial model provides a useful perspective for understanding the development and the characteristic of the COVID-19 pandemic and its anticipated long-term consequences for society as well as individual. So this BPS model is dynamic and attempts to recognize the complex interaction between the biological, psychological, and the social construct of the illness. Anxiety, depression, and the sleep disorder are most common symptoms in the COVID-19. Furthermore, anxiety, depression, and the sleep disorder are intersected by mutually affected. As we know, the fundamental underpinning of insomnia is thought to be the cognition in the form of the anxiety. Depression can predispose individuals to unreasonable beliefs about the sleep disorder, leading to a more serious anxiety state. Insomnia forms an emotional memory in the anxiety and the depression, conditionally activating sympathetic nervous system. The prevalence of the mental health problems in different populations, according to the paper, the previous publication entitled Prevalence of the Mental Health Problem During the COVID-19 Pandemic. This is a paper was a systematic review and a meta-analysis. So we followed this paper, we know, and we see this picture. So you can see as a reference of the general population here. So you can see the quarantine person and the COVID-19 patients, that the higher prevalence of the depression, this is a depression, and the anxiety has the higher preference compared to the general population. Furthermore, physicians and the nurses showed that the highest prevalence of the insomnia. This is a yellow color, is the insomnia. So it means a physician and the nurses showing that the highest prevalence of the insomnia. So based on this, so we can see the COVID-19 patient and 14 persons has the higher anxiety and the depression. However, for the physician and the nurses has the highest prevalence of the insomnia. After we know the prevalence of the mental health, so we have to concern whether they respond effectively. As we know, the consequence of the non-response stress or uncomfortable emotion effectively, COVID-19 patients may have the avoidance of the underlying concern prolonged distress, short-term gain, and a longer-term pain, worsening of initial mental health symptoms. What is an emotional epidemic curve? So we want to talk about this important issue. So this curve have the 3 peaks, including the first peak, second peak, and the dipping peak. What's the first peak? So first peak may be associated with inadequate communication, misinformation, myths, and the fake news. Rapid or exponential growth of the COVID-19 may cause fear, distress, anxiety, depression, sleep disorders. The dipping point, some countries may show a dipping point indicative of the community resilience with a rapid reduction of the distress after the first peak. The second peak, this can be unpredicted and complex, occurring due to the deaths of the loved ones, economic damage, and marked social disruption. The predominant effects may be the post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and the relapse of the mental health. So we call this an emotional epidemic curve. What is the impact? So the effects can be categorized as follows. COVID-19 epidemic curve. So we can see deaths. So when usually capacity of the healthcare system could not solve this the first peak. So we have to increase our overall capacity of mental health systems, including the mental health components. So we can increase our healthcare systems to reduce our mental health problem. So what's the mental health preparedness and action framework? So based on the epidemic curve, so we can see this preparedness and action, the framework. So this major pertaining to the emotional epidemic curve and WHO Global Influenza Preparedness Plan in understanding mental health and our experience during pandemic. So we propose this action framework. This action framework, including the 5 components: planning and coordination, monitoring and assessment, reduce the mental distress due to the misinformation and myths, sustainability of the mental health care service, and communication. So we follow these 5 components to give more details. The first component, planning and coordination. So in the early phase of the pandemic, so we focus on the mental health surveillance systems. So this mental health surveillance systems could be strengthened to likely to strengthen to
sorry, Prof. Min. I think your sound is still unmute setting. So wait for a minute for host to unmute your phone. Sorry, Prof. Min. Maybe you can mute your audio first and then unmute for make it clear.
Clear?
Yes, Prof. Min, your sound is clear now.
Thank you. Is it clear? Okay, thank you. Okay, may we continue that? Okay, so psychological first aid for COVID-19 pandemic. So this, we can have the brief overview in etiology and the mode of the transmission for our COVID-19, and identifying, saying, safe areas and constructive behavior to protect ourselves and the family health. So, primary information about the COVID-19, including prevention and promotion and the surveillance. Also, information regarding official website, mobile app, radio, television, or printed materials. And learning the common skills and the maintenance of biological function. So also can maximizing the facilitating connectedness to family and the other social support systems. The most important issue to foster hope and optimism, and could identify the stage-specific red flag signs of the deterring mental health. Then regarding the monitoring and the assessment, the mental health surveillance systems should prepare a well-circulated and written pandemic mental health emergency plan with a special attention to the population at risk. So this healthcare technology for assessment and monitors could have the could include telepsychiatric digital platform, dedicated hotlines, and the mental health apps have the potential to reduce the treatment gap. Regarding the reduced mental distress due to the misinformation and the myths. So well-defined approach address the separation of the misinformation, fake news, and the myths related to the pandemic. So this is a myth. Sometimes we know that some myths. So such as some people, you can see the some information about the myths. Example of the someone where can ask you, can drinking alcohol help the prevent the COVID-19, or can COVID-19 be transmitted through the mosquito? So sustainability of the mental health care service in the early phase of the pandemic. We can prepare the mental health system to sustain and scale up and large scale. So, and also we can activate contingency plan for all sectors, such as internet, from or pharmacy, to provide essential services. For responding to the possible overload of the health and the lab facility to deal with the potential staff shortages. So, communication, a key component in the mental health response during the pandemic. Up to date information ongoing basis on feature information presented by trusted public health officials and a website. So, previous epidemiological reports suggest that the public demands up-to-date information on ongoing basis through the pandemic periods. So, factual information presented by trusted public health official and website often assist in minimize the fear and hysteria. I'm from the Taipei Medical University College of Nursing. I just say our TMU have the we have the Asia University ranking top before the top 100 and QS World University ranking. Especially for our subject nursing, QS World University ranked as the top 100. I want to mention this because our university is close to the Taipei 101. Taipei 101 is one of the highest skyscrapers in the world. So you can see this one of the highest buildings in Taipei and very close to our university. So I would like welcome all of you to Taipei. So follow this, I want to show our resilience of the Taiwan's health system to address the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is we have the 6 components for this resilience of Taiwan's health systems. You remember since 2019 December, so Taiwan's government response to COVID-19 has been characterized by speed, vigilance, and decisiveness. We remember the first reports of a novel virus in China emerged. Taiwan began to screen the arrivals from the Wuhan and imposing whole quarantines on this with the fever and respiratory symptoms. And Taiwan has a single payer national health insurance scheme that covers more than 90% of the population. Taiwan's hospital currently have the sufficient isolation room for confirmed and suspected cases of COVID-19. To minimize the infection, hospitals implement strict triage and entrance control. So due to this due to the single payer national health insurance, so we can we can follow this crucial components of Taiwan strategy. So this strategy has been the integration of the national database with its immigration database, so which allows medical providers to assess patient travel histories and generate real-time alerts to facilitate early detection of the case. Besides this, also Taiwan government has secured an adequate, equitable supply of the face masks for healthcare workers and citizens. So prioritize timing and the transparent communication with the public. We know the head of the CDC in our country hosts daily press conference reporting on the progress of the pandemic, challenges in policies, and clarifying misinformation. So I want to say follow this strategy so we can see our rapid resilience of the Taiwan health system to address the COVID-19 pandemic. For communication, I think very important for this strategy is the don't discriminate. In Taiwan, we know that so many suspected cases and they have the fear. So this fear is a normal reaction in situation of the uncertainty, but sometimes the fear is placed in ways which are hurtful to others. So how to not discriminate is very important for us. Be kind. So don't discriminate against people because of your fear of the spread of the COVID-19. Usually we know the suspected cases in our media, so we have to know who have been there and what's any information about this cases. However, so this is the media should protect these cases. Don't discriminate these suspected cases. So how to do this? Don't discriminate. I think that's an important issue. And also, don't discriminate against people who you think may have the coronavirus, or don't discriminate against health workers. So health workers they work in the frontier line, so they have the high risk. However, they still can be affected by this coronavirus. So we have to respect and don't discriminate our healthcare workers. So the healthcare workers deserve our respect and gratitude. And COVID-19 has affected people from the many countries. So attribute to any specific don't attribute it to any specific group. So I want to emphasize this issue. Okay, so based on our above the introduction, so we can know our emotional epidemic curve. So we have the 3 peaks, and we have the mental health preparedness and actionness work. So we follow this reference to propose 5 components. So this is a 5 components can be your take-home message. So that's all. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Professor Min for your insightful and amazing presentation. I think that's all is very important for us because this COVID-19 pandemic have the big impact on our mental health and of course sleep quality. So for Prof. Min, please to stay in the Zoom meeting because we still have question and answer session in the end of the presentation. Once again, thanks in advance for Professor Min. So ladies and gentlemen, I need to remind you all that if you have any question for Professor Min, you can put your question on the chat features using the format determined by the committee. Thank you. So for the next, now we are going to the next amazing speakers. So before the presentation begin, let me introduce our next speakers. So our speakers is Nurse Erti Ikhtiarini Dewi, Magister Keperawatan Spesialis Keperawatan Jiwa from Universitas Jember. Good afternoon, Nurse Erti.
Okay, good afternoon.
Thanks for being here this afternoon, Nurse Erti. So for the first, I will read your curriculum vitae first. For the operator, you can share the curriculum vitae of Nurse Erti. Okay, thank you. So Nurse Erti is the lecturer in Psychiatric Nursing Department at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember, and she took the core courses in Psychiatric Nursing, Communication in Nursing, Disaster Management, Psychological and Culture in Nursing. And then the next, for the educational background, in 2000 until 2006, took the Bachelor of Nursing and Professional Nurse at University of Gajah Mada, and then in 2009 until 2011, took the Master of Degree in Nursing at University of Indonesia, and then for 2011 until 2012, took the Specialist Program in Psychiatric Nursing at University of Indonesia. And then the next, related to the publication and research, Nurse Erti has a lot of outstanding writings and publication that is useful in the world of nursing science. So here is the latest research by Nurse Erti. The first is the effect of the supportive group therapy on family anxiety level with caring for mentally retarded children, and then the effect of supportive group therapy against family burden with caring for mentally retarded children. And there are still many interesting articles that read by Nurse Erti. And then the next is for the achievement and scientific experience from Nurse Erti. She get the 9 international seminar on disaster, and then National Conference Mental Nursing, and 10 international seminar on disaster community empowerment for disaster mitigation and rehabilitation organized by Department of Nursing, Faculty of Medicine, Kobe University. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. She will deliver a presentation entitled The Important Role of Nursing to Improvement Quality of Life for Clients with PTSD in Agro-Nursing Settings. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nurse Erti Ikhtiarini Dewi. The time is yours.
Okay, thanks to the moderator for the time. For the time, I would like to present our presentation about the important role of nurses to improvement quality of life for clients with PTSD in agro-nursing setting. As an opening, allow me to explain about the concept of agro-nursing first. Agro-nursing is the management of nursing service and nursing care with an agricultural scope as agriculture, plantation, fisheries, animal husbandry, and agro-industry. Focusing on clients include individuals, maybe families, groups, and communities who are holistic and comprehensive care. Let's see together in this picture some unexpected events in agro-nursing environment, which we call disaster. Disaster in agricultural settings. Various types of hydrometeorological disasters such as floods, droughts, cyclones, forest fires, heat waves were presented. Every year, natural disasters such as hurricanes, floods, fire, earthquakes, and tornadoes challenge agricultural production. Because agriculture relies on the weather, climate, and water availability to thrive, it is easily impacted by a natural event and disaster. Disaster is an event that threatens and seriously disrupts social life, is caused by natural and or non-natural factors as well as human factors that bring about human, environment, economic losses, and psychological effects. Disasters are traumatic events that can lead to various mental and physical health consequences. Victims of natural disaster experience physical and psychological stress. In previous study or research has shown that PTSD, depression, and other mental health problems can increase after the disaster. PTSD have a lot impact on individual and society. And the most frequent mental disorder affecting victim of a disaster compared to the other types of mental disorder is PTSD. This is an illustration about PTSD, and I will try to explain again about PTSD. The severity of symptoms of PTSD depends on each self-defense mechanism. Thus, the PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms are very diverse. A person has PTSD when the symptoms of the disorder cause distress and interference in daily life. Often, people with PTSD are plagued by persistent frightening memories of the traumatic event called flashbacks, and they feel constantly emotionally numb by the ordeal. People who have persistent and impairing trauma symptoms should be sensitively encouraged to seek help, as the majority fail to do so and continue to suffer. Basically, the factors that trigger PTSD in the agricultural area are not only disaster. However, here I try to emphasize more on the most common factors that often arise. There is evidence to suggest that among anxiety disorder, PTSD is one of the most strongly associated with suicide behavior. People with PTSD also struggle with interpersonal problems, parenting difficulties, problems with household income, and have some mental illness and physical health. PTSD can also occur more than a month or even prolong over 6 months following the disaster. PTSD simplified the symptoms into 4 clusters, including intrusion or experiencing symptoms, avoidance, negative cognition and mood, and the last symptoms of hyperarousal. Based on the concept of PTSD, it appears that clients who experience PTSD will affect their quality of life. WHO defines quality of life as an individual's perception of their position in life in the context of the culture and value system in which they live and in relation to their goal, expectations, standards, and concerns. Based on the research Cohen et al. In 2009, 59% of participants with PTSD had severely reduced quality of life. Participants with high level of PTSD symptoms at follow-up also report low health-related quality of life scores. In a Norwegian study, Johansen et al. Found that a high level of PTSD symptoms in victims of non-domestic violence was associated with low quality of life. Some research supports the understanding that quality of life and PTSD are important aspects of patients' life after trauma. It is expected that nurses and experts can perform early and continuous screening for PTSD following a traumatic event to prevent another severe impact. Regarding the management of clients with PTSD, the role of nurse is very important. This is from this picture. We can see the role of nurse is very active as a teacher, as a counselor, as a manager, as a leader, as a team player, and etc. Okay. On this occasion, I would like to describe and relate the role of nurses in a form of nursing intervention. In general, nursing intervention is To manage outbursts of anger, assist the client to identify sources of emotion, assist clients in regaining control, assist the client in using displacement whenever he is angry by providing things he can manipulate or destroy, such as clay. After every outburst, discuss with the client how his anger escalates, desensitize the client to his memories of the traumatic events, administer prescribed medication as needed, remind patient or client that setbacks on the process of treatment are not failures but an expected part of the therapy, encourage the client to accept forgiveness from himself and others, emphasize with the clients about the importance of strict adherence to this medication, refer the clients to other sources of support such as community organization and support groups, and the last, encourage the client to express his anger verbally rather than physical. In general, nursing intervention for clients with PTSD include individual therapy, family therapy, and group therapy. For individual therapy, based on previous research, exposure therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT is recommended. According to APA, CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy is an effective intervention to deal with PTSD. Several previous research have indicated a significant change in the PTSD symptoms and improvement in quality of life after therapy. CBT is a psychosocial therapy that covers several interventions to modify three interrelated functioning of thoughts, feelings, and behavior that control responses and negative behavior. CBT can be given by incorporating various types of therapies that focus on reducing a response to some symptoms or overall symptoms of PTSD. Exposure therapy. Exposure therapy or ET used to help clients with PTSD reduce flashbacks and nightmares. ET lets clients safely face frightening situations and memories until they are better able to cope with them. Dialectical behavioral therapy strategies to improve distress tolerance skills would appear to be theoretically helpful, but have not been fully examined for effectiveness in the PTSD. ACT or acceptance and commitment therapy shows promise in helping therapists and clients accept and improve the willingness to explore painful private experiences and to realign one's life in accordance with one's values. But it has not yet amassed good evidence to be recommended beyond adjunctive therapy. EMDR therapy involves a series of guided eye movement that help clients to process traumatic memories and manage their reaction. Psychopharmacology. PTSD symptoms can be treated with any multiple types of medication, including antidepressant and anti-anxiety drugs. Psychological intervention is considered the first-line treatment, with many medications offering assistance in the management of some symptoms. Okay, and the second therapy is group therapy. This method encourages survivors of similar traumatic events to share their experience and reaction to them. In doing so, group members can help each other realize that many people would have done the same thing and felt the same emotion. That, in turn, helps the individual realize that he or she is not uniquely unworthy or guilty. Over time, individuals change their opinions of themselves and others and can build a new view of the world and redefine a positive sense of self. Family therapy. Family therapy involves family members and carriers if appropriate in treatment for people with PTSD. Consider providing practical and emotional support and advice to family members and carriers. For example, directing them to help or social service or peer support group. For members of the same family who have PTSD after experiencing the same traumatic event, think about what aspects of treatment might be usefully provided together, such as psychoeducation alongside individual treatments. In addition, therapists may recommend family therapy because the behavior of the spouse and children may result from an effect the individual suffering from PTSD. This is the skills needed for successful intervention. Essential to all nursing practice, active listening skills help nurses collect vital data about patients' trauma history and gauge their current mental state and anxiety levels. By demonstrating empathy and compassion, validating emotional reaction, and de-emphasizing language that is overly clinical or pathological, nurses can create a dynamic that is person to person rather than expert to victim. From this presentation, I would try to conclusion. The nurses have an important role in identifying and conducting follow-up on individuals who need mental health care to prevent further harmful effects. Strategies for treating PTSD vary from person to person, and determining the optimal intervention strategy for a given patient requires careful assessment. Training in psychopharmacology and psychotherapy is essential, but advanced communication skills are also crucial. Okay, I think it's enough for me. Thank you for your attention. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for Nurse RT Etiarini Dewi for an insightful and amazing presentation about implication in PTSD in agro-nursing settings. So we are now in the question and answer session for Nurse RT and Professor Min. There is already question from the participant, so I will read the question. The first question is for Professor Min Hui Chung from Rizka Dwi Ayu Safitri. The question is, according to your presentation, I can take the conclusion that another side effect of pandemic COVID-19 is deprive people of interaction with peers and their social skills. And we know, well, due to the pandemic, people were separated from the society by the circumstance, and they feeling more socially anxious, impulsive, awkward, and intolerant with their return to the normal life. So the question is, how do we as the nurses to fix this? Is there a certain therapy or communication techniques for this case? Thank you. Maybe for Professor Min, is the question clear to you? Hello, Professor Min. Is it the question clear to you, or I need to repeat the question? So the participant, maybe Professor Min still have any technical issues. So maybe we can run for Nurse RT question first. There is a question for Nurse RT from the participant. So the question is from Rizka Dwi Ayu Safitri. The question is, how does PTSD develop and how long does it last? Is the symptoms can last for many years? Thank you for your attention. For Nurse RT, is the question clear to you? For Nurse RT, is that the question clear or I need to repeat the question for you? Okay, the question is, how does PTSD develop and how long does it last? Is the symptoms can last for many years?
Apalagi? Okay, thank you for the question. I will try to ask the question. I think okay, I would like to try ask your question. I think post-traumatic stress disorder lasts approximately 2 weeks after disaster or even unexpected. And we know in PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder is a disorder that is fairly and the severity symptoms depends on each self-defense mechanism. Thus, the PTSD symptoms are very diverse. As we know, one person is different from for the other person to cope with stressor. Okay, I think this is my my answer.
Okay, thank you very much for your clear explanation for Nurse RT. If Rizka, if you have any feedback or any unclear things, you can put your question again in the chat features, and we can run to the next question to Nurse RT from Lucy Padma. Thank you for wonderful presentation about PTSD that we can learn together and get the useful information. So, what is the strategy to face the fact that in the real society, there are limitations in resources, health, worker, and facility to optimize the treatment, and how to make patient and their family can put can put the trust and health workers so they can get the continuous treatment. For Nurse RT, is the question clear?
Okay, I think it's clear.
Apa? Lagi.
Biasa aja kok.
Ini nih pakai.
Okay, I try to answer the question. In PTSD, we can use many therapy, I would try to individual therapy, family therapy, or the last therapy, group therapy. Individual therapy, we can we use exposure therapy or CBT, cognitive behavior therapy. Besides on individual therapy, we can use group therapy. In that group therapy, we can use our development family members of the clients, like spouse or children, to improve or to encourage clients to modify behavior like negative cognition or negative behavior to positive behavior. Besides on, family therapy involve family members and carriers if appropriate in treatment for people with PTSD. Consider providing practical and emotional support and advice to family members and carriers. For example, directing them to health or social service or other support groups. Okay, I think this is my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Nurse RT. I think that's all clear, right, about the question from Lucy. So the next question is from Siska Amalia from University of Jember. I want to ask the question for Nurse RT. Based on your presentation, exposure therapy involves great exposure to situation that causing the fear response, allowing the individual to become desensitized to fear, the cues or habituation. What is the disadvantages of this therapy? So for Nurse RT, is the question clear?
Could you repeat again?
Okay, so the question is, based on your presentation, exposure therapy involves great exposure to situations that causing the fear response, allowing the individual to become desensitized to fear cues and habituation. What is the disadvantages of this therapy? I think the question is, what is the disadvantages of exposure therapy? Involve the great exposure to the situation.
Okay, I try to answer the question. For my opinion, exposure therapy or limitation exposure therapy is that it takes a long time to build a trusting relationship. because everyone or the person not easy to trust to therapists. Okay, I think it's my answer.
Okay, thank you for Nurse Ati. And then we still have one question, Nurse, from the audience, from Olivia Hoironisa. I would like to ask question. There are many causes of PTSD and so its method to overcome it. But what if the source of PTSD come from the victim's family? While for the individual, it is not possible to gain therapy, especially family therapy, because their family have abusive behavior, not allowing victim to seek help, and or the victim themselves do not know if they actually had PTSD. So I think the question is, how if the PTSD is happen in victim's family? What is the best solution for the victim? Is the question clear, Nurse Ati?
I try to answer your question. I think it's important to build a trusting relationship and involve the closest people, such as parents or spouse, in assessing each therapy. Thank you.
For your comprehensive and complete explanation about the question. So the participant, I need to inform that Professor Min Hui Chung have the technical issues for her internet signal. So the question that for Professor Min Hui Chung will be sent using the email after the conference. So for now, we were going to the end of this second plenary. So I would like to say thank you for Professor Min and Nurse Erti Itiarini for an amazing and interesting talk for this afternoon. So we will going to the third plenary session after this. So we still have to break until 3:30. So you can join to this conference meeting. Okay, once again, I say thank you for Nurse RT and all the participants who have been enthusiastic and proactive in these sessions. So we are sorry for these technical issues. So now we are going to the next agenda of announcement of the competition winner. So you could join again in third plenary in 3 o'clock after this. So I will returning back to the MC. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the third plenary session, we will announce the best presenter and accuracy scientific competition winners.
Hello? Check. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the third plenary session, we will announce the best presenter and accuracy scientific competition winners.
Best presenter at the first International Student Conference 2021. Award 2.
Jihanina Salma and Antriani Metasari from Room 1. From Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Jember.
Rizky Perwitasari dan Amy Wuri-Wuri-Waningsi from Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember in the room 2.
From room 3, Sidik Maulana, Istiqomah Dini, Melis Amelia, Atlastika, and Shelia from Faculty of Nursing Universitas Pajajaran. Congratulations to the best presenter at the first International Student Conference 2021.
the first winner, Team Salabang Fariza Safriana Amalia from University of Airlangga. The winner of Iseng. The third winner, Oki Setiawati from Universitas Jember. The second winner, Alfa Aziza from Universitas Jember. And the first winner, Aulia Fauzia from Universitas Pajajaran.
The First Republic, Team Marlina for the third. For the second, Team Nurse Squad. And the first winner is Team C3.
Favorite winner, Congratulations to the winners of Agronomy Scientific Competition 2021. Now, we will be back to the third plenary session at 3 p.m.
Traveling on places I ain't seen you in 8 years, but I hope you come back to me. Romance running wild with you far away. I still think of you 100 times a day.
I still think of you too. If only you knew. When I'm feeling up better, I know what I pull through. I look over your photograph and I think how much I miss you. I miss you. I wish I knew what I was, 'cause I don't have a clue. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I will never find love like us of you in a million years, in a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side.
Traveling on places I ain't seen you in 8 years, but I hope you come back to me. Romance running wild if you're far away. I still think of you 100 times a day.
I still think of you too. If only you know. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I will never find love like us of you in a million years, in a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side, back to your side. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright, alright. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright, alright. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side.
Traveling of places I ain't seen 180s, but I hope you come back to me. My mind's running wild with you far away.
I still think of you 100 times a day. I still think of you too. If only you knew. When I'm feeling up better, I know what I pull through. I look over your photograph and I think how much I miss you. I miss you. I wish I knew what I was, 'cause I don't have a clue. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I will never find love like us of you in a million years, in a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side,
Traveling of places I ain't seen you in 80s, but I hope you come back to me. My mind's running wild if you're far away.
I still think of you 100 times a day. I still think of you too. If only you knew. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I will never find love like us of you in a million years, in a million years. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side, back to your side. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright, alright. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't want to throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright, alright. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location I know, trying to find a way back home to you again. Gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we're back to start our last plenary for today's conference. But before we start the third plenary, we should have the Professor Min in the Zoom meeting. So for Professor Min, are you in the Zoom meeting? Are you joining this Zoom meeting? Good afternoon, Prof. Min. Are you still joining the Zoom meeting right now? Prof. Min. Thank you, Prof. Min. Maybe because there is technical issue, I will read the question for you from the participant in the second plenary before. Is it my sound clear for you? Will you answer the question, Prof. Min? For Prof. Min, your audio is still on mute settings. Maybe you can unmute your audio first. Oh, okay. Maybe Professor Min is still have the problem of the situations and the technical issues. Maybe Professor Min can answer the question from the participant from the chat features in the Zoom. Okay, participant, we are going to the next plenary session. This is the last plenary of today's conference, so stay focused and take your seat comfortably, please. because we have outstanding and amazing speakers after this. So our next speaker is Dr. Laus Renwick from the University of Manchester. For Dr. Laus Renwick, have you joining the Zoom meeting? Good
Yes, I'm
afternoon.
Here. I'm here.
Oh, we are sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Because, yes, thank you, Dr. Renwick, for attending this today conference. So first, I will read your curriculum vitae. Dr. Laus Renwick is the Senior Lecturer Division of Nursing, Midwifery and Social Work, and also Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, Committee Member RCN MHNR Conference in 2016 until 2021, Editorial Board Journal of Psychiatric and Mental Health Nursing in 2017 until 2021. And then the next. For the qualification for Dr. Renwick is the Mental Health Nurse and Bachelor of Nursing and Postgraduate Program or PGCE and PhD in Nursing. Next. And then for the qualification for Dr. Renwick is the first promoting mental health care and treatment in low resource setting, evaluating outcomes and intervention for people with psychosis and their families, and evaluating conflict and containment on acute mental health units. And then next slide. Next. Related to the publication and research, Dr. Renwick has a lot of outstanding writings and publication in nursing science. In 2021, there is release of the first episode of Psychosis in Migrant to the Republic of Ireland, and then Socio-demographic and clinical characteristic of migrant to Ireland presenting with a first episode of Psychosis. In 2020, there is a publication with the title Psychosocial Family Intervention for Relatives of People Living with Psychotic Disorder in Arab Work, Systematic Review, and there are many interesting and outstanding writings from Dr. Renwick. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. She will deliver a presentation entitled Early Intervention in Psychosis, Delivering Specific Intensive Treatment in the Community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Laus Renwick. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me now. Are you happy for me to share my screen?
Yes, sure, Doctor.
Great. Beginning. Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to say a big thank you to the committee for inviting me here to speak on this very, very important topic. And I hope you've all enjoyed the conference so far. I've just looked in my in the participant setting, and there's something like 640 people attending this conference, which just tells me that there's a huge amount of interest in this area and in nursing in general across the globe. And you're very welcome to this talk, and I'm really delighted to be speaking to you about this. Please feel free to tweet. If you'd like to tweet any part of the presentation, feel free to do this at my University of Manchester account or on my personal account. So what I'm going to be talking to you today about is early intervention in psychosis. This is not a new concept, but it's something that's been developing over the last maybe 3 decades. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the rationale for it. I'm going to tell you a little bit about psychosis, and I hope I'm not telling you things that you already know, because I'm sure many of you have been studying and researching or training very hard to be nurses, and you probably know some of this, but I'm going to highlight some of the differences between the way we understand psychosis in different contexts. I'll provide an overview of the early intervention services in England and how they've developed, and I'll describe the key aspects of the nurse's role, which I think will be really interesting to you. And then lastly, we are undertaking a research project that represents a UK-Indonesia partnership to to try and reduce relapse for people with schizophrenia in Jakarta and Bogor. And we're just starting data collection for that project, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about that. So thank you. So what do we mean by psychosis? Well, really, psychosis is a perceptual disorder characterized by a loss of contact with reality. And how you might think about it is in terms of, hallucinations and delusions. But really, it's an umbrella term for lots of different illnesses. And those illnesses are schizophrenia, delusional disorder, schizophreniform disorder, substance-induced disorder. But the commonest one is schizophrenia. So about 60 to 70% of first episode psychosis samples have that diagnosis. It's certainly the most common. In Indonesia, about 1.8 people per 1,000 have psychosis. So in a country with a huge population, that's quite a lot of people that need care and treatment. And I'm going to talk to you about how nurses are at the forefront of that, how nurses are providing most of that care. If you're interested in learning a little bit more about psychosis and the way it's conceptualized, I can recommend this presentation by my colleague, Jeff Brennan, who is a very experienced nurse and developed this particular series of presentations for registered nurses, mental health nurses in the South London and Maudsley NHS Trust. So, we used to think about symptom dimensions in positive and negative symptoms. So that were symptoms that added and then symptoms that took away. But now we know there's quite a few more dimensions. Hallucinations are frequent, but most common are delusions. And delusions are when people have kind of fixed false beliefs. And the commonest are referential delusions and persecutory delusions. So feeling like songs or the way things are arranged in a room are making a special reference to them or sending them a special message. Thought disorder is less common, but very worrying when it does happen. But the most troubling symptoms are cognitive symptoms and negative symptoms, because these are the symptoms that prevent people from recovering fully once they've had an episode of psychosis. So we're talking about problems with attention, memory, and concentration. And then we're talking about problems with drive, motivation, and having goals in life. So these are some of the words that are used in Indonesia and Bahasa. I know this is an international conference, but I felt I should address it in Indonesia because that's where we do our work. And really just to highlight the fact that there are different beliefs and different thoughts about psychosis in different cultural settings. So we've just completed a systematic review of mental health literacy amongst children and young people across low and middle income settings. And what we found was that most of the studies haven't assessed whether young people are able to recognize psychosis when it happens. And if people can't recognize psychosis when it happens, then they can't seek help. So there's a lot of work to be done around seeing whether young people can recognize psychosis. What we did find that there was a lot of stigma, and you'll probably be able to recognize this. There was a lot of wrong beliefs about how God or witchcraft or sorcery or various other things impacted the causes of mental health and mental illness. And a lot of these beliefs can prevent people from getting treatment in a timely way. So what do we know about the phases of psychosis? There are 3 phases. The prodrome, the first episode, which is what we're interested in. So that's this one here. And then recovery, which is also what nurses are interested in. In the prodrome, in the very early stages, people experience very mild types of symptoms. And these types of symptoms often go unnoticed because they're so mild. Then in the first episode, there's a big florid episode, and this is often when people come to the attention of services. And after that point, there's the recovery period. The reason I wanted to talk to you about this is that these periods can often be very long before someone gets to treatment, and I'll explain that to you later. But the prodromal period can be anywhere from months to years, and people don't often recognise that. And one of the reasons they don't recognise it is that it can be so gradual. It can be so gradual, and it can also be at a time when there's a lot of change, like during adolescence, when there's a lot of change already in somebody's life. So it's difficult to see. This is from a patient of mine, maybe 15 years ago. I asked him to write his story about how psychosis developed for him, and this is what he said to me. He said, after he'd recovered, in hindsight, the illness was with me on a minor level for a very long time, hearing people passing on the street in the next room or walking by the house, all talking maliciously about me. I was convinced that random people and half acquaintances were running me down. And this went on, like I said, for almost 5 years before what I'll call the big one. So this illustrates exactly how the prodrome affects people and how the big florid episode of psychosis then comes on. So, how long are the delays in getting treatment? So this is a meta-analysis that was conducted in 2005, which is some time ago, but it was the big study that everyone looked to and realized that there was a problem. They realized that there was a problem with people having to wait such a long time to get effective evidence-based treatment. 124 weeks across several different countries. They all found very similar findings, that people were waiting almost 2 years in a psychotic state, not in a prodromal state, but in a floridly psychotic state, and that's a problem. So what we're talking about on the scale here, or on our slide, is that the first episode, the treatment comes here long after somebody's been experiencing difficulties, and it's too late. So now that wouldn't ordinarily be a problem. It wouldn't be a problem if everyone was okay during that period of delay, if they weren't getting into trouble, if they weren't getting worse symptoms. But there was another meta-analysis, or the same meta-analysis, which they did later, and they found that what happened to people when they first come to services, if they waited too long to get into services, they were worse. They'd more severe illness, they'd more severe impacts on their quality of life, and they were worse in their social functioning. The other thing that they found was that at 6 months, this was still bad, at 12 months and at 24 months. And there's now newer evidence that shows that even after 10 years, people who have long delays to getting to treatment will experience worse outcomes and are less likely to be recovered. So this has a huge impact for how the services are delivered. So how services are normally organised is that they're organised in such a way as to deliver very highly invasive, high-cost treatments at the very end stage of illness, rather than intervening when you see the first signs, which is cheaper, more efficient for services, but also helps to mitigate against all of the negative effects of psychosis. So these are some quotes or some findings from a surgeon in America who does a lot of inquiry into how services are delivered. And what he found was that a quarter of the budget expenditure is used to perform very, very invasive procedures that have little clinical gain or benefits. And that if you moved this expenditure downstream to the very start of treatment, what you might find is that you might find a greater benefit for the individual. So a lot of the early intervention psychosis are set up with this in mind. So this slide is telling you a little bit about low and middle income countries and the delays to getting treatment for people with psychosis. One thing I should tell you about that earlier review is that there wasn't enough research in lower resource settings or in upper middle income countries. The evidence wasn't there. But there was a systematic review conducted in, I think, 2018 and found that whilst the DUP or the delays to getting to treatment might be slightly shorter overall, that actually this might be worse in situations where people didn't have the same access to food, to shelter, to sanitary conditions, and that the delays might be worse in these lower resource settings. I hope you'll be able to, the conference committee are able to share these slides with you so you can examine them in a bit more detail later, because I'm aware there's a lot of information. So, early intervention in psychosis services. We're moving to the middle part of the presentation where I tell you a little bit about these services and a little bit about what nurses do. I think I've described the need for them. It's very important for these services to be developed because people are waiting for too long. But what you'll see from this map is that quite a lot of the services are delivered in Western countries and high income settings. Now, this is by no means the full list of early intervention services, because there might be quite a lot that aren't on this list, and might be a lot that you're aware of. But you can see that they're really, really advancing across the globe. Some of the very first services were developed in Australia, and the early services were developed in England. So England has a very long tradition of developing or delivering early intervention for psychosis. So in 1999, the English government pledged something like £75 million to develop early intervention services right the way throughout the country. And then they measured it over the course of 10 years of implementing these services. They measured it. So I don't think there's any other country in the world that has full coverage, full national coverage for early intervention services. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. So what are these services? What do they do? So they're not just about reducing delays, but they're also about making sure that people get evidence-based treatments. That they're not being given treatments that are suspicious or that they're not effective, so that people are getting evidence-based treatments that are most likely to help them to recover. So multidisciplinary teams, they're set up to seek, identify and reduce treatment delays at the onset of psychosis and to promote recovery by reducing the probability of relapse following a first episode of psychosis. So this is from NHS England, and preventing relapse and promoting recovery is a big thing for these types of services. But there's one way that they differ from a normal community mental health team. There's two ways. They actively promote help seeking. So because they actively promote help seeking, they work a lot with GPs and they work a lot in the community to make sure that people are coming for care and they're coming for services. So they're looking for patients, which is unusual. I think you'll find most services have gatekeepers, they're under-resourced, they don't have enough time, they're seeing hundreds of patients in the outpatient setting, but these services are different. They're looking for patients. They're making sure they get everybody. And they're also providing phase-specific treatment at the right time. So they're making sure that the interventions are delivered when they're needed. I just want to put this into context in terms of how the services are delivered throughout England, because they might be a little bit different from where you're from. In England, 1 in 6 adults experiences a common mental disorder. So that's anxiety or depression. Whereas for psychosis, it's 1 in 100. So for common mental disorders and then more severe depressive disorders or anxiety disorders. There's a range of mental health services, and it's very complex and it's very sophisticated. There's adult services, child and adolescent services, forensic services, learning disability services, older adult services, and substance misuse services. And there are more. There are dual diagnosis services. There are all types of different services for people who have mental health problems. There's homelessness services. So the early intervention services sit alongside these. So that'll give you some kind of an idea of what they do. So what do they do? So we've got improved access, engagement, and treatment. So this means that the services are accessible. They're in a location that's non-stigmatizing. You might find that the way services are delivered now are in hospital settings where you've got lots of people with learning disabilities, you've got lots of people with other neurological problems, and there's a high stigma associated with it. People think very negatively about these large hospitals. So these services are delivered in the community, sometimes in a setting where you wouldn't expect to see a service, because we want people to come for these services. There is allocation of a dedicated community-based care coordinator who works intensively with that person. And the guidance, even though this says 1 in 15 here, the guidance is now that every one care coordinator, who is often a nurse, has just 10 patients in the community. That's the aim. So as I said, they raise community awareness, but they also promote recovery and do a lot of relapse prevention work with clients. They do a lot of work in community settings. Family engagement is extremely important, and they deliver cognitive behavioral therapy and family interventions. So these are highly skilled workers. When they measured these services, the development of these services in 2007, they found that there was 118 services developed, so there was almost national coverage. And 112, so 95% of these had nurses. So as I said, what you'll find is that nurses are the ones that are mostly delivering these services. So what are nurses doing? So assessment and clarification, symptom evaluation, resources and risk management, assessing risk, supporting the person and their family in their context. And a key aspect of early intervention services is minimizing the use of hospital beds, because if you get people early, you can treat them in their own setting. They don't need that high invasive treatment later on. So you want to be able to treat them in the community rather than treat them in a hospital. They provide psychological education and cognitive behavioral techniques, as I said. One of the very important aspects that they do is identify and treat depression early on, because there's very big risks in the first year after someone is diagnosed with psychosis. And the big risk there is that they'll become suicidal, because sometimes they start to gain insight and they start to understand a little bit more about their illness, and that increases the risk of depression and increases the risk of suicide. So that has to be managed very, very carefully. They support with attaining life goals. Sometimes that might be around helping people get a job, helping people go to the gym if they want to manage their physical health a bit better, helping them with socializing, so introducing them to social networks, things like that. So nurses have a very varied role. And they're involved in relapse prevention, which I'll tell you a little bit more about later. They also assist in accessing appropriate inpatient or long-term care if needed, and they need to be watchful for prolonged or protracted recovery, because most people who develop a first episode psychosis respond very well to treatment. About 80% will have a relapse, but quite high numbers will respond very well to treatment at the very early stages. So what's the relapse work that nurses do? Nurses are key in helping around relapse prevention, because they are in a position to develop a therapeutic relationship with their clients and discuss with them what happened around the very first time that they came to hospital and the very first episode that they have. So they establish a collaborative relationship so that they can then look at what happened, and then they devise an action plan for what actions the patient would like to take if they become unwell again. And this often prevents things like the Mental Health Act being implemented. So, because that's a very disturbing thing, and it's a very traumatic thing to happen for someone to be held against their will if they get too unwell. So sometimes they'll have a plan in place. Say, if I start to get unwell, can we do this? So someone will intervene early and I won't end up having to be sectioned. So they agree on other people to be involved. Sometimes it's a family, sometimes friends are involved in this action plan. And they agree on how the early warning signs will be monitored. Sometimes it isn't the nurse that monitors those. Sometimes it's that they link in with their family and their friends a bit more. So as you can see, it's a partnership. It's a collaborative partnership. And this is how nurses work in England. So I've just got a few minutes left. So I'm going to, I've got about 7 minutes left. I'm going to whiz through this research case study and tell you a little bit more about what it is that we're going to be doing in Jakarta and Bogor. So we're going to be looking at family intervention. So family members of people with psychosis or schizophrenia are often offered psychological therapies called family interventions. They help support families to work together to help the adults with psychosis and schizophrenia to cope and to reduce their stress. Often these family interventions help to reduce the family's stress as well, and they create a better environment in the family home. So what are the active ingredients of this intervention? So the intervention is often around, again, developing a collaborative partnership with the families and with the person with psychosis, sharing information and psychoeducation. So this is the family sharing information with them about the person with psychosis, but also giving information about diagnosis, about prognosis, about the outcomes, about the risk of anything bad happening. Also thinking about the person's strengths and how this can affect treatment. Stress management in both the clients and carers, so it's like coping strategy enhancement. Goal setting, similar to the approach used with clients to meet identified needs, communication training and problem solving. And these are all the key ingredients of family interventions that have been found in research to be effective. So the process of the intervention, again, it's not unlike the nursing process, assessment, intervention, review. It's not unlike that, but there's phases for feedback and review with the client. And there's also a key aspect is engagement, and that's making sure that you have a good relationship with your client. One of the things that I think it's important to address when you're talking about family interventions and engaging with somebody with psychosis is thinking about their explanatory models. And what that means is how they explain their illness. So sometimes they'll explain it not as an illness, but as a possession.
Minute left for the presentation.
How many? Sorry?
You have 5 minutes left for the presentation.
Yeah, I should be on time. Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, as I was saying, engagement is key, and the key aspect around that is looking at their explanatory models. And sometimes it's about agreeing that you both disagree, or that you both have different ways of explaining this illness, because that's the big challenge for families and carers. So this is the model we're using by Christine Barraclough and Nicholas Tarrier, who works at the University of Manchester. Well, Christine Barraclough is I think retired, but she developed this intervention when she was at the University of Manchester. And it's a cognitive behavioural intervention. It's individualised to the needs of the family. So that means it's not like a set kind of education intervention where there's like 5 set things or anything like that, but there's sessions that are tailored to their needs. Why do we need it? It's good practice. It's, manages psychological distress. People have lower quality of life. There's a greater financial burden on families who are caring for someone with schizophrenia. Stigma and the negative effect of that on social standing. Often people are ashamed about their family member who has psychosis, and that really needs to be addressed because that can create a lot of conflict in a family, and it disadvantages siblings, and that's something that needs to be addressed. So is there a lot of evidence for these interventions? And yes, there is. There's very robust evidence. So we included in our NICE guidelines, everybody who has psychosis and schizophrenia in England is offered this intervention. They don't all accept it, but everyone's offered it. It increases adherence to medication, enhances functioning, improves the family environment, and minimises the perceived burden and negative experiences of people with psychosis. As I said, it's in our NICE standards, and everyone in the UK is offered this intervention. So this is the team. Please feel free to look at our Twitter account ongoing over the next maybe 21 months, because we'll be continuing to tweet about our progress, about what we're doing, and we really like to keep people interested if they're interested in what we're doing and whether they'd like to perhaps do something similar. So what we hope will be offered is, this family intervention that we are developing with GPs and primary healthcare workers, and also within a package of care that's already being provided within Puskesmas or Posyandu. So just the phases of the study, we're going to do consultation with people, service users and their families and healthcare professionals. We're going to be talking to key informants about how we can make sure that this intervention is implemented. We'll be doing consensus workshops, synthesis and manual development, and then we'll be doing a randomized control trial, which is a feasibility study. And it's going to be a small study to see whether we're going to be able to deliver this intervention or do this study at a later date. So what will we end up with at the end of the study? We'll have a manual for delivering this intervention. We'll have a manual that will also help people understand what are the training needs and what ways that you can train people to deliver this intervention. We're hoping that it won't just be mental health workers, but that it will be other healthcare workers that we can train to deliver this effective intervention. It'll be adapted to the culture, and we'll have a plan to develop a full-scale trial if we're able to do it. So I just want to summarize. I'd say thank you very much for listening, but there's a couple of key take-home points and a couple of key messages. One, early intervention in psychosis services provide developmentally appropriate services specifically during times when they are needed to reduce the negative consequences of delayed treatment. They are developing worldwide, a bit slower in lower resource settings, but I think this is influenced by resources, infrastructure, how services are delivered already, and also public perceptions of mental illness. So we've got a lot of policies and they might not have been developed. Some interventions could work extremely well in these settings, though, and family interventions is one of them. The World Bank have stated that family interventions is one of 3 interventions that will deliver cost savings to government, that will deliver cost savings to society, or economic and financial savings. And nurses' skills within EIP roles are transferable to other community settings, but they are vital. Nurses are a vital resource for people with schizophrenia and psychosis. And I think I'd just like to leave it there. I should be on time, almost. And thank you very much for listening. Do we go to questions now, or would you like to take questions later?
So thank you very much for Dr. Renwick for your impressive and interesting talk about the early intervention in psychosis and about EIP service look like, service in mapping in psychosis, and role of nursing and family in psychosis. So now we are going to question and answer session, Doctor. So I will read the question. Maybe for the participant, if you have any questions for Dr. Renwick, you can put your question on the chat Zoom using the format determined by the committee. Okay, now there is already a question from the participant. The question is from Rizka Dwi Ayu Safitri. According to your presentation, I conclude that the usual treatment of schizophrenia is based on the biosocial model and involves the prescription of antipsychotic medication and psychological intervention for the patients and family intervention. The question is, does the spiritualism and religion also influence the treatment, compliance, and outcomes in patients with schizophrenia? Is the question clear for you, Dr. Renwick?
Yes, I think it is, and I think that the person who's asking the question is right. Yeah, we work with the biopsychosocial model, and treatment is based on antipsychotic medication, medical treatment, but also psychological treatment, and I think you've picked that up really well. Does the spiritualism and religion also influence treatment compliance is a really key question, because I know that from the review that we conducted of mental health literacy, we found that quite a lot of people used traditional healers and religious and spiritual leaders for treatment because of their beliefs. I'm not 100% sure whether it affects treatment compliance, but I imagine it does because of the way that people come in and out of treatment with traditional healers. But what I do know about it is that the pathways to care are not always consistent with one belief model or belief system around explanatory models of illness. So someone can believe that religion or possession or God has made their illness, and they still use traditional services. And then they also use medical services. So sometimes the way that they explain their illness doesn't always affect whether they accept treatment.
So thank you very much for Dr. Renwick. So I think that is so clear for the question. So for the next question is from Isna Zuhrova. So the question is, I want to asking a question. This illness or psychosis mostly begin from lifetime being, so the family could be the reason of patient psychosis. So how we can trust the family to obtain the family intervention role? Thank you. Is the question clear, Doctor?
Yes, yeah, that's a very important question. Because I think that is what people used to think. They used to think that maybe the family caused it, in particular the mother. They used to have this belief called the psychogenic mother, as if the mother caused the illness. But we now know that that isn't the case in terms of what causes psychosis. It is around the biopsychosocial model. So any kind of stress and a genetic predisposition. We know that there isn't any one gene that causes psychosis, but that it's polygenic. There's an interaction between a lot of genes, and in a situation where someone has stress, then that causes psychosis. And if you sit and, if you sit and work with the patients, they can develop some very good partnerships with the clinicians. It really does work. And I think sometimes they just don't have the resources, the knowledge, or the skills to implement care in the right way. So I know that in Indonesia that you deal with a thing called pasung, and often this is families who are implementing pasung, and it's oftentimes because they don't know what to do, or that they have a misconception. So hopefully our family intervention is going to help families with that, help them understand more broadly what could be causing psychosis, and help them develop the coping skills that they need. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Renwick. I think that is so clear for the answer. And then the next, there is live question from Nurse Anissa. So maybe for Nurse Anissa can unmute the audio for asking directly to Dr. Renwick.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Laus Renwick. My name Anissa Adena. I'm one of the alumni of University of Manchester. I was graduated in 2019. I was supervised by. Yeah, thank you. I was supervised by Jane Brooks. Jane Brooks.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My question is related to the participant, because as most participants here are students. Can we have early detection for students that maybe they get the psychosis? Because as we know right now, this study has to online. There is no offline studying, so all students have to stay at home and doing the study from morning until afternoon, sometimes until evening. They keep studying in this pandemic. So do you have suggestion for the student to them to get early detection or early investigation, so they can realize whether I have or they have a symptom of psychosis? Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Nice to meet you, Dr. Lois. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you very much for that question, and thank you for thinking of your colleagues and all of your students, all of the students there. And I think you're right, and what we're calling it here in the UK, and certainly in other places, not close to here, is that the pandemic, there's a silent pandemic of mental illness going on in the background of COVID. And it's a real worry, isn't it? Because when this pandemic is over, we're going to see a lot of people who have done not very well because of being stuck indoors and being isolated and being cut off from their social supports. I mean, in terms of early detection, the services that we have here is that they work very closely with university departments as well. And certainly when I worked in early intervention and psychosis in Dublin, in Ireland, I assessed people in universities. I went into universities because they are the group that are most at risk. But the other thing is, I should say, it is reasonably rare occurrence, psychosis is. So out of all of the students attending here, there's maybe half of a person that might develop psychosis. So that's the key thing to remember. It's not going to be a big risk. I think what the students here have to think about is minding their mental health in other ways. And we conducted a review on what children and young people think about mental health, and we found that people have a lot of self-help strategies in lower and middle income settings. And one of the things that they like to do a little bit more, I'd say, than Western setting is lean on others and use their supports, because you have a more collectivism in your societies, that people do, even if they're scared to talk about things, they do get a lot of support from their family and friends. I hope that answers your question.
Yep. So from your answer that we as a student, need support from our environment, from our family, from our colleagues to eradicate maybe the symptom that maybe come up inside our student.
To help each other, and if somebody needs help with depression or anxiety, to try and get them the treatment that they need. There is a lot of support online. I don't know, at our university, we have a lot of digital
counseling. Yes, student counseling
and digital applications. So if people aren't able to get to a counsellor, there's CBT online.
Yes, exactly. Maybe this second question, is it okay?
Yeah.
From your experience and from your maybe from your study or research, is there a common symptom that the adult, like student in university, have related to the psychosis? The common symptom maybe that coming up for adults.
I'm not so sure in university students, but I know that in my work for my PhD, We had an epidemiological type study, so we did see everybody that had first episode psychosis, and the most common symptom is delusions. So hallucinations aren't as common as you might think. And delusions are a little bit harder to diagnose because I certainly understand in Indonesia that you have sometimes if people have delusions, they're seen as prophets, or they're seen as
president or prophet.
So it's very difficult for people to challenge a delusion or to see when it's coming up, but it's usually very obvious when the thing that they're talking about is a delusion, because they're talking about the most common kinds are delusions of reference and persecutory delusions. So feeling like they're being followed, or feeling like they're being singled out or persecuted. So those are the kinds of symptoms. More broadly, mental health, I would say that if your sleep is disturbed, people often say, I'm not sleeping well, and that's a sign that things aren't right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Not
So
necessarily
one of symptoms.
Yeah, not necessarily for psychosis, but for anything. It's a sign for you to look after your mental health. If you're not sleeping well, just take a step back and look after yourself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Louise. Thank you for your response, your answer. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you for Nurse Anissa and Dr. Louise for the question and answer. And Dr. Renwick, we still have 2 questions from the participant. So the next question is from Lucy from Medical Faculty in Universitas Jember. So the question is, in my research, there are some problems that are similar to those of Dr. present, like a stigma, the burden that must be faced together collaboratively, not only health workers, but also government and religious leaders and families. It's just that sometimes in the long treatment of psychosis, the family feels demotivated. So how can we intervene about the demotivate in family?
Yeah.
Is the question clear, Doctor?
Yeah, that's very clear. So I think you're right. Stigma is pervasive. It's everywhere. It does happen amongst government as well as it's across the board, and it happens here too. It would be wrong for me to say that we're stigma free. We're not. It just happens in different ways. Keeping the family motivated is really, really important, because their expectations change over time with treatment, depending on what happens. But you must remember that the people that you see at the moment, because I did my work in a first episode psychosis service where we saw absolutely everybody, the people that you see are the people that are doing less well. So they're the ones that are sicker. So you're probably seeing a different kind of way that psychosis progresses. So it's difficult for you to keep motivated too. But actually people do recover and they do get on. So in my research, we examined people a year after. And what we found was that people weren't necessarily, people weren't experiencing psychotic symptoms anymore, but they had a lot of negative symptoms and they were demotivated. But I think that what you need to do is think about the things that you can do and focus on strengths. You have to focus on I think nurses in their assessment of the individual can focus on their strengths and what they can do. And that can often bring a lot of motivation and drive and hope to do things, that you just have to manage their expectations. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Dr. Renwick. I think that is a clear explanation about the question. And then there is additional question from Driska Dwi. The question is, so is there several factors that contribute to the risk of developing schizophrenia, and what are the subtypes of schizophrenia? Is it the question clear, Doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, so there are several risk factors that contribute to people developing schizophrenia. We know that there's a genetic link, and this is from work that's been done years ago by Irving Gottesman. If you have two parents who have developed schizophrenia, then the chance of you developing it is something like 48%. If you're a twin and you're from the same embryo, so that's monozygotic twins, if one person has schizophrenia, the other person, the chances of them developing it are only 50%. So that means that it isn't genetics that 100% determines it, because if it was, then both people would have schizophrenia. So we know that there's stress is a factor, and some of that is adverse childhood traumas. So, you know, abuse of some kind, bullying, things that happen in their youth that might have an impact later on, or things that happen as they're, you know, entering university, things that are stressful for them. But I don't think that that has any, I'm not sure, and I don't know if the research exists about whether that has any bearing on the different subtypes of schizophrenia. But there are subtypes, and they're not very informative, I don't think. So there's like a disorganized type, you know, there's you know, ones that it's marked by delusion. So there's different kind of types, but it only tells you something about the way that the symptoms are presenting. It doesn't tell you anything about the prognosis, usually. So that's why I was talking to you about the symptoms in terms of different dimensions. But the things that we need to be worried about in terms of identifying people who are less likely to recover are being male. So males don't recover as well as females. Being younger, because people who are younger have less to recover. They've not established their lives, they're not married, they're not having children usually, they've not been to university, so there's less for them to recover. So being younger, longer time unwell, and there might be some other biological mechanism going on with that, but we're not sure. People who don't have any family to help them, they do less well. People who are isolated, homeless, people who are living in deprived areas. So there's lots of risk factors that you can look out for in terms of thinking about how people will do in the future. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Doctor, for the clear explanation. So I think because our question and answer session is over, so once again, thank you very much, Dr. Louise, for your presentation and your answering.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the third plenary. We would like to say thanks again for all the speakers for today's conference and all the participants who have been enthusiastic and proactive in this session. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everyone. I, as the moderator, apologize if there are things that less pleasing during the conference. Once again, thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Louise. Good morning. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day. Have a nice
Thank you
weekend.
very-
Sorry.
You too. Thank you very much.
So I will return back to the MC.
Thank you to the moderator. Please back to your seat.
We have changed all the agenda together. We have a lot of knowledge that we get from the speakers.
it's time for us to close the first International Student Conference. This is the first International Student Conference optimizing the role of nursing and health students to enhance the mental health care with a growing development in society 5.0. Thank you for your participation and see you in the second International Student Conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To all participants, we ask to fill in evaluation form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next 1 hour. Certificate of participation will be delivered to participants by email within the next 1 week. See you, thank you, and see you on the next opportunity.
Remember the day, even walking down the danger I felt for you. I know you cried on the rain, but I still can't forget if I wanted to. And it drives me insane, think I'm hearing your name everywhere I go. When it's all in my head, and it's all in my head. But you won't show me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you up okay, say it is a mistake, dream my troubles away, one more glass of sand and that you know. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But no, I know I'm perfect when I let you go. Give my last hello, all is worth it. Is you perfect?
This was just fine. How I try to be great for you. I'm flawed by design, and you love to remind me no matter what I do.
But you want to me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you up okay, say it is a mistake, trade my troubles away, one more glass of sand and that you know. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But no, I know I'm perfect when I let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But no, I know I'm perfect when I let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. See, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know I'm perfect when I let you go. Give my last hello, all is worth it. Remember the day, even walking down the danger I felt for you. I know you cried on the rain, but I still can't forget if I wanted to. And it drives me insane, think I'm hearing your name everywhere I go. When it's all in my head, and it's all in my head. But you won't show me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you up okay, say it is a mistake, dream my troubles away, one more glass of sand and that you know.
I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you are the best thing. But now I know I'm perfect when to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. Is you perfect? This was just fine, how I try to be great for you. I'm flower by design, and your love to remind me no matter what I do. But you want to me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you up okay, say it is a mistake, trade my troubles away. One more glass of champagne and you know I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you are the best thing. But now I know I'm perfect when to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you are the best thing. But now I know I'm perfect when to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. See, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, but now I know I'm perfect when to let you go. Give my last hello, hope it's worth it. Is you perfect?